I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
Walo ka miyembro sa iya pamilya na patay bangod sang mga bato kag tubig baha nga nagsulod sa ilang balay. Ang inirilga nga ginatudo sa bumbero sa tuanay, puno sang balay, subong bato pa na ang makitang diri.
Anyway, I want to do some continuing talk about the damage from the storm, and you never really see it all. I've been watching this. There's a popular, young, very successful Philippines YouTuber. I forgot the name of his, but he's well known and all over the Philippines. And he gives these shows. He goes to weird places in the Philippines. He goes to unseen places, haunted houses, you name it. I can't think of the name of this vlogger, but I will tell you, he did some pretty good coverage on this storm aftermath. Liloan, the area of Liloan was just annihilated, man. Talisay, Liloan, all these communities around it. There was anywhere even remotely near a river, they were just destroyed. Then you think to yourself, what do you do? The billions, the pesos worth of cars. Of course, there's going to be pillaging going on. Nice tires on nice cars. You know that's going to happen, right? I mean, you know that's going to happen. I mean, there is no doubt it's going to happen. People are going to always make money on somebody else's disaster. That's just the way it is. It's the way it's always going to be. I should have waited till more people came on here, quite frankly, but I mean, I'm on now. Let's just have to watch this afterwards. It's going to be wind down time pretty soon here, but you can always see the video later. For people that are not watching me live now, can see this video later. I'm still, to this day, after the storm, absolutely amazed at the amount of damage the flooding did. There were cars and vans in positions you could never imagine. Whole towns really wiped out. They can't do anything with their homes anymore. They can't do anything. Inundated with mud. The streets are made of mud. There's cars strewn everywhere. Everywhere. The question is, what do they do with all these cars? Is there like a scrap yard? Salvage yard? And we're talking thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of cars and vans and trucks and you name it. Thousands of cars, thousands of trucks. All gone. A lot of these people were probably making payments on it. But guess what? They still got to pay. That's the disaster right there. It creates another disaster. They lose their homes, lose their nice new cars, and they're still making payments on it, a lot of them. And they're still going to be responsible for it because nobody's got that kind of insurance coverage. No, they don't. Most, I'm sure. Yeah, Liloan, always pass through there whenever I take a serious bus or going to Cebu, always passing through there and all those other areas, so I'm somewhat familiar. I'm not familiar with the inner neighborhoods of those areas, but the damage was so incredible. So I've been watching this on big screen and by that kind of a well-known Filipino YouTuber that has a popular show on there, and I can't think of his name, but he's been doing a lot of coverage. One of them was in Liloan, and you know, there's Negros and well, there's so many areas that were just inundated with, you know, flooding. It's just incredible. The damage shows you what water can do. Whole towns just practically decimated by this destruction. How do you, I mean, where do you go? Whole communities, everybody's gone. Can't live there anymore. You can't even navigate down the street. There's so many cars, there's mud, still puddles of water, some places still water. Where do they go? How do you life? You have a home that maybe it's been in the family. It's owned by you. It's paid for. How do you rebuild when you ain't got the money and the government's really not going to help you? FEMA's not going to come in and give you any money. I don't think they're going to do shit. Truthfully. I don't know. What did President Trump do for aid for the Philippines? That's a good question. What is that silly guy, Sleepy Trump? What is he doing? I don't hear him talking about allocating any money for disaster relief for the Philippines. Has anybody heard anything? I haven't. I haven't heard on the news. I never thought I even heard Trump even talk about it, to tell you the truth. Oh, sure, he'll give money to enemy countries for weaponry and so forth, and missiles. But Philippines is an ally, and we need the Philippines to have our military bases. It's just amazing, isn't it? Why would Trump pay? Well, he wouldn't. You know, Bong Bong has it all. Yeah. No, they're not going to pay for anything. So much of an ally, but a place like the Philippines that really needs to help, and the government is not going to do very much. They got shysted out of billions of pesos over the projects that are supposed to be geared toward flooding control. Billions of pesos down the drain in people's pockets, in politicians' pockets. Pretty sad, isn't it? The corruption is very sad. And I watch this and I say, God, how fortunate I am. Even if you're having a lousy day, if you weren't affected by the storm living out here, consider yourself very, very fortunate that your house is still standing. Where I lived, there wasn't even any rain during the storm. There wasn't even any rain. So we lucked out. But not everybody did. Personally, if I was going to settle in the Philippines and was going to choose an area, I would not choose an area that's anywhere near a river or a tributary. You're not thinking. But I think people have learned their lesson. But you know what? People who rebuild, probably in the same area, the same flood-prone area, because, well, they own the property. They're not going to be able to afford another lot, perhaps. Many of them can't. Some of them could. Most of them probably not. But they'll try to reclaim that piece of land. And they'll build even a temporary structure, but they'll stay there because they own the land. That's how it works. There's no big disaster relief fund that I'm aware of. Maybe you are in the Philippines. How is the government helping all these poor people who lost everything, even a shirt on their back? Family members lost, children lost, pets lost, cars lost, house lost, neighborhoods lost. How do you rebuild your life after something like this, and not once but twice over? Now, fortunately, there was that same storm that thought it was heading back, but I think it's going to head toward Taiwan. So they're, out of danger for now, for the moment anyway, for another storm to return. But the damage is already done. How long will it take to these communities to rebuild themselves? The best question is, how do they get the money to rebuild their dream home, their family home, the possessions that they lost, the clothing they lost, the family photographs they've lost? How do you get that back? You don't. That's what's sad about all this. Lives were lost, but everything they owned was lost too. That maybe took years to accumulate. Furnishings, vehicles, motorcycles, every type of vehicle, personal possession, family heirlooms, precious memories in the form of photographs that they can't replace. How do you define these storms? And what makes people want to still live in the same area that had the disaster, that are prone to these disasters? People will build on a hillside, fully knowing that if that hillside gets saturated with water over time, that hillside is going to collapse. But they still build on the hillsides, sides of mountains. I've seen homes on the side of mountainsides, 1,000 feet drop. When I went up to Baguio and I went up to, was it Atok? Man, I've seen homes that are right on the edge of the mountainside. How they did it, I don't know. It's right there. Any good earthquake could have sent that house tumbling, plummeting down into the abyss of a canyon. People do strange things sometimes, figuring it's never going to happen to me. Well, that's what they think until it actually happens. Now, is it a wake-up call? To some. Are people going to be scarred from this experience? Of course they will, but they'll rebuild perhaps the same area because, as I said, they can't afford land. Land's expensive. They'll probably keep the same little plot of lot if they could find it afterwards. They have to have a surveyor if they can afford that. To get a surveyor to actually find their lot. Where your whole community got flooded, you can't even recognize your own street. How do you find your own house if everything's been destroyed? Well, a lot of houses are still standing, but they're destroyed. They can find their house. More than likely in most places, but some places, no. Who's paying for all the mud scraping in the streets? Is the government hiring workers to get the big equipment out and scoop up all that mud and clear out the streets and move the cars? Where's the cars going? Where are they bringing these cars? Thousands and thousands and thousands of cars that got caught up in the flood. Trucks, cars, you name it. Strewn everywhere along the landscape. Do they have somewhere where they put these cars? The question is, who's going to pay to pick up all these cars that are pretty much totaled? Can it be done? Or do they stay in place to rust? You know how many cars there are and how many tow trucks or whatever would have to come by to pick up these vehicles? How can they do that? That's a lot of money. The government is not going to pay for all this. Hell. In a country where people are so desperate for money that recently, every now and then, people find a little flake of gold in an area that used to be in a mining community or otherwise. Now you're seeing people there coming over there. Now they're panning for gold. Knowing that the price of gold is really high, it brings out the desperation of people. Like the big gold rush. When someone discovered gold, everybody and their grandmother went across the United States. It hit to Alaska for the great gold rush. And the only people who were really making the money were the smart people, the ones that actually operated a store that would sell the shovels and gold pans and other items that is commonly used for prospecting for gold, axes and pickaxes, and they were the ones that were guaranteed the money, and they sold it for extreme prices too. There were some people that got rich, but some of them lost their lives. Some of them got killed because somebody stole their gold and killed them in the process. In the face of disaster, what do? Greed, human greed. You think people are not going to be going around looking at nice vehicles to see how nice their tires are? You think they're not going to be coming by with trucks? You think they're not going to be taking these tires off the wheels off the vehicles and reselling them later down the line somewhere? Of course they're going to be doing that kind of stuff. It goes along with the territory, third world country, but it happens right in America too. They'll do the same goddamn thing. You see a car intact, side of the road that broke down, come back the next day, all 4 tires are off. Car's been looted out. Anything that was worth taking in the car was taken. But that happens all over the world. It's not just Philippines. Yeah, Philippines could be a very destitute country for the people that live and thrive in this country. All it takes is one disaster can ruin their whole entire life. One incident. Boom, it's over. Rebuilding. How? How? Is family willing to help? Not all families can help. But they pitch in. If they can manage to clear their lot, they could always start from scratch. They can maybe live in a relative's place for a while they gather a little bit of money here and there to go back on the lot, clear it out, do a little framing, maybe lay a new foundation down. They don't have a choice. It's their land. They don't want to leave it, and land costs a lot of money. Chances are they will return to the same neighborhoods that got flooded out, same neighborhoods, and rebuild. You think it's a wise choice to live anywhere near a river? It's not a wise choice. And that doesn't go for the Philippines either. Well, we got a couple of viewers here anyway. We actually had 5. Wow. That's pretty amazing. You get them or you don't get them coming in here. It's according to who's doing a live show at the time. But I just thought I'd come on here and talk a little bit about more of the things I've been watching in regards to the storm and the flooding. And it was the flooding, of course, that did most of the damage. And I'm familiar with some of these communities, passed through them so many times. Can't imagine a raging river going through these communities. I see this on sci-fi movies all the time, or disaster movies on TV. But when it comes close to home, and you see this stuff, now personally, I haven't witnessed anything personally because I have not been in those areas to see all the disasters, but there's enough news coverage and, of course, on social media to get a damn good idea of the damage that was done from the flooding. So, wow, another wow. You ever really think about this? What would you do if you were in that position? Say you just built a brand new house, or just bought a house. A flood comes in and just destroys everything. Will you rebuild again? Or will you give up? Will you just basically finish knocking down the house and when everything dries up and just try to sell the land? Or will you try to rebuild again? Will you have the money to rebuild? Or you say, I just give up. It's going to flood again. It's going to happen again. Which is probably the wisest idea to do, is get out of that community. Move to higher elevation somewhere where you're not going to be affected by flooding. But then again, if you live in a mountain area, same thing could happen to you, because mountains do flood, the hillsides erode, and the same disaster could happen. So what do you do? Now, if anybody have ever been to Baguio, and as I have been, I've seen the way houses are built on the side of mountainsides. It still amazes me that they would do that, knowing that you get a rain. If you get rain for any X amount of period of time, actually, it's going to loosen up the soil. It's going to turn it to soup, and everything's going to come down. But people take chances. This land is rare. If somebody owns land, they're going to do something with it. Chances are they're going to build on it, despite past history of knowing that this area is prone to get damaged during earthquakes or damage during flooding, heavy rainfall. But they'll still build. They're troopers. Filipinos are troopers. They'll rebuild. It'll take time, but they're not going to give up their land. They're not going to do that. And you can't blame them. It could take some of them a lifetime to get a piece of land. Don't take it lightly. A lot of foreigners coming here, they got money to figure, well, that's not going to happen to me, but I feel sorry for all these people. But, I wouldn't have done that, Then kind of shoving it down Filipinos' throats and saying, how stupid can you be to live where you did, knowing there's a history. Well, it also makes me scratch my head a little bit on that too, because if it has a history of flooding and all that, you know, sell your property, man. Well, the going's good and you don't have any damage. Sell your property. Move to somewhere that's known to be a safer community that is not known historically to be flooded. It's maybe on a slightly higher elevation, not in a valley, and you don't want to live between mountains. If you live between mountains, that's probably the worst damage you're going to get because mountains act as a funnel for the rain. And that's where a lot of the damage actually happens. In between mountain peaks, hills, big hills, elevated areas. There's a fly in here bugging me. Okay, well, I ain't got a bunch of viewers here. There's no reason to keep on keeping on here, but I thought I'd come on and talk about that a little bit here because I'm still seeing, more and more footage of what the storms did, and especially, of course, the water, the flooding. Lives destroyed, property destroyed. And the big question, where do I go from here, is the question, which is posed through every Filipino's mind who's been hit by this disaster. What do I do and where do I go from here? How do I rebuild my life and rebuild everything it took me years to get, to possess, the work they might have put into the house, the sweat, effort that they might have done themselves to build a house? It's too destroyed with mud and everything else. It's saturated. They can't repair it. The damage is done. If anything, they just gotta bust it down, clean it up, and start from scratch. Anyway, this is just a reminder to people that you need to appreciate what you have. And if you live in an area that has not been affected, now I do live in an area that was affected very heavily by Yolanda. I wasn't living here at the time. I didn't make my way into the Philippines till 2016, and this happened, I believe, in 2013. But where I live was very deeply affected here too. So they seen the damage done here in this town, and they rebuilt. Fortunately, there was aid coming in at the time, and I don't know what the government is doing for these people. Where is the Red Cross? Where are these organizations? I don't know. I don't see it on the news. I'm not really hearing much about aid coming in for these people, except, some people out of their own hearts passing out food, and there is some government issue food and things like that are going on, but there really isn't enough. Well, at least to my knowledge, I don't know everything. There has to be relief efforts. But the world is at a point now, inflation is so bad that people are not in a big giving mood. A lot of people don't have the money to give. I don't know. Red Cross has to be part of this, and other organizations, they have to be part of this. And what about all these Philippines billionaires? Are they helping out? Is anybody taking any cash out of their pocket? Besides Manny, who occasionally does help people out? You can only help so many people. Manny is not the government. He's got a lot of money, but he can't help everybody or else he'll be broke. But he's a very generous man. It's going to take the generosity and help from a lot of people. And people are going to have to act as a community to rebuild. And this damage is going to be ongoing. Just because the storm stopped does not mean the damage goes away. People are sifting through their property to find anything that they could salvage. Old photographs of the family, heirlooms of some sort, jewelry, whatever they had to leave. Might be some money left. There might be things that just have maybe some personal value to you, maybe to nobody else. It's gone. Memories gone. Family members that could never be replaced unless they had them on camera, had them on a disc, on a memory card or something. But if they didn't, all they have is the photographs to remember. And if they're gone, and all they have is the memories in their mind, of their family members that are long past or recently passed. So, for people that are considering moving to the Philippines, you got to choose your neighborhood well. You just do a little history, like you normally do if you're going to rent or buy in an area. You want to know how the neighbors are. Are they noisy neighbors? Is it a high crime area? Well, the same consideration has to be done in checking out what is the history of this area with storms and flooding. So before you buy, build, or rent, you're going to have to do the research on that, and you're going to have to decide if this is the community, if it's safe for you to live in. Even know your escape routes. A lot of people don't even know their escape routes. Every community should have some kind of escape route. Maybe not all do. Maybe the access gets blocked. How do you get out of your own community in a bad situation like that? There are hundreds of thousands of stories to be told about this storm by the people that unfortunately got caught up in the storm. This is something you can't talk enough about, really. And just because you weren't affected doesn't mean that you can't be. Even I could be. You have a heavy heart for the people with all their losses. You can't, go back in time and prevent things from happening. It just doesn't work that way. You got to learn to accept the loss and somehow rebuild your life, as hard as it is. And I do believe that the people in the Philippines are the hardiest people you can meet in the world. They pull themselves together. It may take time, but they all pull themselves together with the help of friends, family, or other concerned people and generous people could help them rebuild their lives again. The Philippines can't afford any more storms at this point. It's going to take years to recover from the damage they already had from this storm. What do you think when you watch it on TV or YouTube or something? What goes through your mind? Do you say, well, it didn't affect me, so I don't give a fuck about it? I don't know how you can think that way, really. Could have been you. Could have been you. How about people building new houses? Almost done with it. Flood comes through and everything's down. All the framework, everything collapsed. All the work and money you paid to laborers and contractors, and it's all gone. There's no insurance, pal. There's no insurance at all. So you probably give up on a project and say, fuck it, I made a mistake. I wanted to build in this area because it's too goddamn dangerous. So what do? You leave your property behind, the land anyway, and sell it? Well, people may not want to buy it, knowing it's in a flood-prone area. But you might be stuck with it. And there will be future typhoons, because that's what the Philippines is known for, typhoons. And I gotta go. Just so I do this last little ditty here pertaining to the storm damage, which I said still should be talked about, because this was a major event. It's not just one life affected. It's hundreds and thousands, not millions of people that were affected by the flooding in this storm. As I said, I still don't know. What do they do with all that debris? What do they do with the cars that are totaled? Is there a car graveyard they bring this shit to, or they just bury it in a landfill? What do they do? And how in the world are they going to get rid of potentially hundreds of thousands of vehicles? Where are they all going? Are they going to be left out in the field to rust? Who's going to take care of it? The owner? Is it going to become their responsibility to move this somewhere? Bring it to a scrap yard? Or I don't know. I don't know how it works out here. You've only got so many people, so many tow trucks, so many people that could actually help. And it's not the first thing they're going to do is to worry about the trucks and cars that are really messed up and totaled. They're going to take another direction, getting food and shelter for the people that know it. that need it. All that stuff comes later. They're not worried about all the vehicles. As I said, a lot of them are going to be looted anyway. I'm sure there's going to be people going around from house to house to find trash and treasures. Because that's human nature. We're all in some form or
What would you say to Donald Trump if he's watching right now?
Well, I'd have to try not to be obscene because I think he's a miserable human being and he has nothing to offer.
Fuck you, I hate you, man.
Get the fuck out of the office.
Please go away. Enjoy your money.
It's not really printable. Take that as you will.
Protect all of America.
That you only target journalists when your enemy are truth, reality, and democracy.
He's a tyrant, he's a fraud.
You need help, man. The people around you are taking advantage of you. You're an old man with dementia. This is elderly abuse. Also, fuck you.
He's always been a bastard, a liar, a thief, a...
You know, there's goodness in people. There's always true goodness in animals. All they want is love. They don't get involved with politics of YouTube and life itself. They just want to be cared for. They just want to be loved. And they give you love back. They don't ask for very much. But people, I think, have too much expectations from other people in society. People have to make decisions, but they have to make decisions based on facts. Like voting for Trump, they thought he was going to save the world, at least save the United States. But through his administration, Trump has proven to so many people what a louse he is on the skin of society. He wants absolute power and has executed his financial status to get that power and put it into office. And where's it gotten the American people, even affecting international affairs? How about the Epstein files? Papers are coming out on that. It's going to be very interesting. You know, never make decisions based on people who are outspoken, but yet it's good to be outspoken if you believe in something and you believe it to be the truth. Not all news is fake news. For example, as Trump puts it, if it doesn't go his way, it's fake news. He attacks the media, well, he attacks everybody. Then when he took the SNAP benefits from people that were literally starving or soon to starve, with the holidays coming, Thanksgiving, and he didn't care. This is what money does to people. It corrupts people. They want more. They never satisfy what they got, and they will do everything they can. They'll kill for it. A lot of silent killings were going on with people who come up with different inventions and discoveries because it was going to affect a big industry that would have gone broke. Well, that's another topic altogether, but it goes to show you what power does to people. Power that has been derived from money, monetary status. It does give people power, at least in their mind. It corrupts people. They abuse people with their power. They look down on people who don't have as much money. Is this what our American society has come down to? Well, in a sense, it's always been that way. People with money, lots of money, have looked down on the rest of society. If you're not in their class system, don't come around me, is their ideology. I'm only going to hang with people who have a lot of money. Money gets women. It may not be true love, but a woman will go along for the ride if somebody has money. No real love involved. It's love of money, because people are basically greedy in nature. Every one of us, we have a certain amount of greed, some more than others. That is the difference between greed, and there's also a difference between, self-preservation too. as we know, we discussed a lot of things about the Philippines, and a lot of people talk about Filipinos and what's their real MO, what's their motive? Is just to really find some guy and fall in love, but when you see the age difference of 50 years, you begin to scratch your head and say, it's for the money. Everything involved in this world has to do with money and survival. We're all animals. Animals do things to survive, but the one thing animals don't do, they don't kill for no reason. No. They may steal other animals' food for their own survival. Well, people are pretty much doing that too, in their own way. Henceforth, and alas, we are all animals. We're supposed to be the most developed, highly intellectual creatures on the planet, but that's not really so. Intellect comes in different ways and forms. Animals don't hurt people unless they have to protect themselves. But we start all-out wars and kill other people too. And they didn't do anything personal to their family. It's because the government says go out and kill people. Because, we want their oil, or we don't agree with their politics. There's always something. Let's face it, the people are warlike creatures. They are very aggressive creatures on this planet. There's a rhyme and reason why any animal or insect does anything it does. It's by their design. But you step back and, after watching so many newscasts and experiencing yourself society, even experiencing stuff on social media, you begin to say to yourself, has it always been this way? Or are we just seeing more of it because, well, people have cameras now and they record things? Has society always been this fucked up? Has society always been so cruel and vicious and vindictive? Has it always been that way? Maybe we just haven't seen it because modern times, modern technology, the very phone that I'm using right now to spread my message is now available. You can now speak your mind about just about anything. And some people get away with a lot of shit too on social media, but there's some people that do not get away with it. We don't have to go into examples of that. Use your own imagination and memory. I'm not really sure what my show is about this morning. I'm just kind of voicing out a few things. We have a president in the United States which is a country I grew up and was very proud of. And unfortunately, it's been tarnished. I could only go back and remember growing up and how people were basically happy. Politics was always there. There's always been politics. There's always been people disagreeing with each other about one thing or another. But look how bad it's gotten now. Sometimes I talk on my show about how we're all divided. There's so much truth to that. People are becoming more and more and more divided. Political issues, religious issues, and so forth. Everybody has their own opinion, and they should be able to have their own opinion. You shouldn't take anybody's opinion away from them, especially if their opinion is based on facts. For example, YouTube. You know who the trolls are. How do you know they're bad people? Because you've heard what they say. You've seen their comments. You've seen how they go about attacking people and what they do in the background to try to make somebody's life miserable. I am one of the YouTubers on here who's been on a long time. And I've been attacked in so many goddamn ways I can't even count. Then he would ask the key question, why? Why? Well, I could give a lot of answers to that, but that would be a very long show. People don't have to agree, whether on or off social media, don't have to agree with each other on just about any issue. But the point being, if you're going to make an issue of something and speak about it on social media or otherwise, have it based on facts. Not conjecture, not hearsay, not bullshit. You could hurt people's lives. and so many have done so. People committed suicide that were on social media because they couldn't handle the pressure of being criticized. Some people have thin skin and some people have very thick skin and they can handle it. But this is not just social media, it's off social media, it's life itself. That people are so against each other and they try to find so many reasons to find fault in other people. They don't share the same philosophy, they don't share the same religion. Some people believe in the military and what they do, and some people don't. Some people don't believe in killing, and some people say, yeah, kill, kill, kill. They're our enemy. Well, who said they're our enemy? The government did? Troops go out there and they fight people in the field because the government says, you have to do that. They're our enemy. Why are they our enemy? Because they got something that we want, whether it's petroleum, territory, real estate, minerals. There's always a need for war in our society as what we call humans. There's always going to be wars because wars also help the economy. If an alien came from another planet, and if we're being studied, in fact, by any kind of life forms that have not derived from this earth, they would have a hard time trying to understand what the hell is going on with these people. Why are they all killing each other? Why are they polluting the planet? They'd probably say, well, we need your planet alive, and it's the only reason this planet is here is maybe we're coming down for resources like water and minerals or whatever. Look, what the fuck do I know? If there are what we call extraterrestrials, there'd be a reason for them to come here, if not just for examination, to teach their offspring what not to do, and to examine a very vicious, violent mass of people called humans on a planet that's been named Earth, which is falling apart as we speak, environmentally, socially, and every other way. It's kind of a deep topic to get into, but when you've been on this planet for a while, you're an older person, retired person, you've probably seen a lot, and I imagine you experienced a lot. That's why they say there's wisdom in your older age, because you've experienced a lot of things that younger people really haven't. I've experienced a lot of things in my life. Wonderful things, actually, but also horrible things too, and I got to experience people on different levels, especially when I got on social media. Especially when people who hide behind their phone and keyboards can say anything they want to say and think that they can get away with it, but that's not always the case. And it never will be. Until they find out later that they did something awfully wrong that they didn't think was wrong at all, because their way of thinking was quite jaded. Their way of thinking was just basically based on their own self, disrespect for themselves, actually, is what it really comes down to. You got to respect yourself before you can respect anybody else. You got to love yourself before you can love anybody else. That's true. Cliche statements, yeah, I know. But there's a lot of truth in there. I'm seeing not just the United States, but I'm seeing a lot of divided nations in the world. Why is it that nobody seems really happy? The funny thing is, right here in the Philippines, right here, people have gone through so much disaster and heartache and losses. They work for shit wages and they bust their ass until they die. Because they have to. Not because they want to. That's why a lot of people go off and be OFW workers and try to make a little more money to help their family. So they got to separate themselves from their family. Why does it have to be that way in this country? Well, I don't rule the country. Especially me. I have absolutely no say in anything that goes on in this country. I can't be political with the Philippines. Certainly not in a negative way, because that's like a death sentence. There is no true freedom of speech. Maybe at one time there was, and we cherished it, and we thought it was a great thing. You could pretty much say what you wanted to a point, but now at this stage of life, in this day and age, you can't even look at somebody the wrong way without being accused of something that maybe you didn't do. Everybody has a motive for something. Greed is usually a denominator in a lot of cases. And I understand about, self-survival. It's instinctive, it's built in, just like a woman is built to have babies. That's her purpose. That's her purpose, is to procreate. Nobody understands what a maternal instinct is unless you're a woman. A guy just wants to get his dick wet, but with a woman, it's within her nature to have babies. That's what she was designed for. Just as the nature of the scorpion is to sting. You remember that little ditty about the scorpion and the frog going across the river? Well, same thing. It's in the scorpion's nature. And unfortunately, in our so-called humanity, it is our nature to do the things we do. Some do more, some do less. But it's usually self-serving in one form or another. In a panic, people will stampede over another human and kill him, not stop to help. And sometimes they can't stop because how do you stop a stampede of cattle? Because, people are cattle. They may not moo, and we're not served on a plate yet, but people are cattle. To save themselves, they will kill other people. To get out of a burning auditorium, you don't care who's in your way. You're going to stampede over that person. Not think twice about it. All I really try to do on my show throughout the years is to point out and hold a mirror in front of society, in front of YouTubers, to make them understand what they're doing and how wrong it is. I'm not the policeman on here, but I've done my best to pretty much make my own statements based on what I believe in, but as I always say also, it's not derived from speculation necessarily. It's derived from what I see, what I hear. So if I see it and hear it, one would say it would have to be factual instead of something hearsay where there is no proof about something. Just a word, like a word on the street, not backed up by any evidence at all. A lot of people get hurt that way. I got hurt that way. And a lot of other people have. Somebody decides they don't like something about your character, so they got to attack you. So what's actually going on with that person or persons? There's something lacking in their life that they can't get. Unachievable, for whatever reason. So when somebody's living a good life, have a good relationship and everything else, they're jealous of it. They got to tear somebody down because they have not achieved that level of success in their life. Now, success does not mean money. Success in life is living the life that you want to live, who you want to be with. And if you've got a good relationship, and if you're surviving, and if you've managed to execute your plans from moving from part A to part B, another country, another city, another state, another province, I don't care what it is. But you had the fortitude to move yourself forward and to achieve the goals that you set out to do. And sometimes that can be a pretty big quest for people. It was a pretty big one for me when I made a decision to actually move out of it, because I gave up everything. Anyway, this is kind of a multifaceted show where I'm kind of covering different aspects of people in life and what we witness here on social media, but we're also witnessing in the news and around the world. A lot of stuff that's going on with the President of the United States, who is clearly deranged and should not be in office. This is a great example when power corrupts. And President Trump is one of the most corrupt people on the earth. But people vote for the bigger mouth. Trump knows how to manipulate people to do things that he wants them to do. The Capitol building, he's behind that. He encouraged them to attack the Capitol building. And not all news is fake news, as he attacks the media all the time. Everything is fake news. If it doesn't go his way, it's fake news. And there's people who actually buy into this stuff too. But you gotta understand, you can't get through somebody's head. Let's say you have let's say you have a troll on YouTube. Somebody that's really tormented. Thick as a brick, their brain. You can call them every name in a book. You could try to give them all the best advice in the world of what they're doing is wrong. But you might as well talk to a wall, because you've wasted your time. I've wasted years with some people on here, and oxygen, because people don't want to hear what they don't want to hear. It is literally, well, maybe figuratively and literally, like talking to a brick wall that's not going to answer you back, that's not going to comprehend what you're saying. So, I see a lot of people fighting on YouTube all the time. It seems to be the norm on social media, isn't it? You can't go by without watching somebody's show who's attacking somebody else verbally, even to the point of physically. Not everybody's going to agree with each other on here. Everybody has their own politics and train of thought about just about anything in life, which is good. You should be able to have your own train of thought. You should be able to have your own beliefs and practice them, but you got to practice them. That's the difference. You got to practice them. Everybody wants to be part of something bigger, even if it's on the wrong side of the tracks, because even negative attention is still attention. And you're going to get it any way you can. So, hey, you got a great platform. You got social media, you got YouTube, Twitter, you got all this stuff. Great platforms to express yourself. But you got to watch what you say, too. I think a lot of people are too lax on, thinking they could get away with just about everything they say on here. But in time, things catch up with them. And we know some good examples of that, don't we? It's just a matter of time when it happens. I think people are willing to tolerate things to a point, even me. I think it comes to a point you got to say, well, okay, time to take action. Something's gone too far. I was willing to have thick skin for a while, but then, no more. So I've actually executed plans. I actually went through with things on here where many people don't. Oh, Frank will never do this, he'll never do that. Well, I proved that I could, and I did. And I'd do it again. No problem. I ain't got a lot to lose. I'm now into my 70s. I don't have a lot to lose. I really don't. And I'm kind of a person that sticks to his convictions. That's just who I am. I will go forward with something if I feel it's really necessary to go through. I will hesitate for a while, and I'll rethink things over and say, is this tolerable? Or has it come to a point where, I got to do something? First, you start with saying something. Put out the firing signal, warning shots. No? Okay, try it again. But continues. Then you're at the point where you feel you have to do something. Like an animal that's trapped in a corner somewhere, like a rat. That rat's going to go for your throat if it feels threatened. That's human nature too. They'll go for your throat if they feel threatened because self-preservation. You can put up with a lot of stuff in your life, but you don't have to put up with anything. There's no rule that says you have to put up with something. You have your breaking level of when you've maybe tolerated too much. It doesn't have to be social media. It applies to everything. It applies to politics, religion, everything. Everybody has their own opinion, and I respect that. But base opinions on facts, not hearsay. That's the difference. That's the dividing line with me. I could talk about somebody on here, and I could say things that are not very true, just to piss them off. But to this date of my tenure on social media, particularly YouTube, only thing I've ever presented on here was facts. Although people would say, you're a liar. Where am I lying? If I've seen it and heard it from somebody's show, I can't be lying. How am I lying? People don't want to really see a reflection of themselves. And sometimes you got to hold up a mirror and say, hey, this is you. Look how ugly you are. Not just the outside, but the inside. Examine your inside. Examine what you said about people, what you've done to people, what you tried to do to people. Because only you have to live with yourself. Only you. No matter where you go, as I say all the time, there you are, and you're going to carry yourself no matter where you go. The pasture's not always greener on the other side because you're carrying yourself there. And if you were a louse on the skin of society where you came from, you're going to be a louse on the skin of society where you're going to. That's a fact. Lots of stuff in the news. Lots of stuff. People are becoming disenchanted with government. There's going to be, eventually in the future, there's going to be complete anarchy. There's anarchy going on every day, but there's going to be complete anarchy one day. Where people are going to say, I've had enough of the government, had enough of everything, and they're going to go crazy. They're going to take down the governments. They're going to do a lot of crazy things because they feel frustrated that as an individual, one person, they can't do anything to change people, to change society, to change government and government rulings. They get frustrated. So what do? You can't do anything just one single person. Well, you could do it with a gun. I would advise that. Not the way to go. Like killing an official or something like that. Wrong way of doing things. They always say there's safety in numbers. Well, there's power in numbers. I want to talk in numbers, mathematically, like how wealthy you are, how much money you have. But if enough people have your same belief and they want to make positive changes in the world, it takes numbers. Like that old saying, what is the Hillary statement? It takes a village to raise a family. Well, that's actually true. Whether you like, what was that, Hillary statement? I don't know. It's a good statement. It does. It does take a village to help, and to raise a child and everything else. It just does. Just like a child needs both its parents to be raised properly. They need the perspective from both male and female. It's kind of a shame because I'd raised my daughter pretty much on my own. She only really had the perspective of a male. Because I've had a lot of relationships, but that didn't last long. And every time I meet a woman, she's thinking, oh, okay, maybe this is it. Start to get close to them, and then maybe something will happen to break up. And that could fuck you over a lot. Because you lost your mother, she wasn't in your life, and didn't want to be part of your life. You see, you don't have that female perspective. Like with me, it was very hard to have to talk about subjects with my daughter that only a mother would discuss with the daughter. But the mother wasn't there to teach certain things. Children in puberty growing up and asking some of these very highly personal questions. How do you answer it as a man? I had to do the job as both mother and father with my daughter. It's not an easy thing to do. And I was one of these people that got her involved with Big Sisters and Big Brothers. It's an organization, very good organization. And particularly, I wanted a female. And they would make plans to go out on the weekends to do things together, because I've always felt that my daughter needed a female perspective. Because although I was dating a lot, there was no really steady women, which is kind of fucked up. But that's kind of the way it was. But a child needs both a male and female perspective, growing up. I think a father could only do so much. But you do your best. I did my best. That's why some kids grow up pretty fucked up, because they just didn't have two parents as a guidance in their life, to raise them. Divorce rates are so high, and look at the Philippines, for example. It's a prime example. Mostly you have a lot of single mothers out here because, well, there were Filipinos that didn't want to take the responsibility. There were also foreigners that didn't want to take the responsibility. When they impregnated a Filipina and just went back to their country and said, I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to give them support. Right, Jay? Or Jay's a good example of that. Jay has a child or children here in the Philippines he doesn't pay any support to at all. I bring his name into this because I happen to know it as a fact, and he's a prime example of what we don't want out here in the Philippines. He's a prime example of a very bad expat, foreigner, people that don't want to take on responsibilities. It's a very big responsibility. It's something I took on. I didn't have to. People are just not responsible enough. But I'm one of the most responsible people you will ever know in your life. Ever. I put myself before other people. I put my family before me. I have to rephrase that. Yeah, I don't put myself before other people. I put people that I care for or love before me. My needs are very secondary. I've always been that way. Look, I don't agree with a lot of things I see in this country. There's so many things that are so wrong. I can't talk about government stuff on here. It's very dangerous, but there's a lot going on out here that's just not right. But we also have to realize that as a single individual, especially as a foreigner, you have absolutely no say out here. You just have to see it, you have to experience it, you have to go along with it because you don't have any choice. Well, you do have choices, but it'll just get you in big trouble. I don't think you want that. Remember, when you live in this country, I don't care if you got an SRV, I don't care what you got, you're still a guest in this country. It is not your country. Until you feel like you're a solid citizen because you got your 13A or in combination with SRV. I'm one of the people. No, you're not. You just got some paperwork. You weren't born here. You were flown here, like the Hawaiians say. They like to attack the haoles, the mainlanders. You have no rights here, brah. You were born here. You're not flown here. Don't tell us what to do, brah. We, the Kanakamole means the people who were born here. Kanakamole is a Hawaiian word. I never brought that up before, never thought about it before. Kanakamole. It means real Hawaiians, people who were born and raised here. Well, raised in Hawaii. We, the Kanakamole. You come into our Aina, which means the land, and you take over the land, which they did. They did. I can say a lot of things about Hawaiians. I can say good and I can say bad, but yeah. People came to the islands and they took over, the missionaries. How would you like it if somebody told me you can't dress or be undressed that way? That you can't speak your own language? That you cannot stay with your own religious beliefs? And at gunpoint, the colonialists that came in, the missionaries, British. It's a funny thing, they still use the British flag out here. After all the British did to the islands in Hawaii. A lot of Hawaiians use the British flag. as their native flag, which is mind-boggling to me. It's just mind-boggling. It really is. There's the British who came and kind of conquered. Yeah. Forcing their beliefs upon somebody else. You can't force your beliefs upon somebody else. And that's why I get really reactive when people want to interject religion into just about everything, And it's their beliefs or the highway. Either believe what I believe in, it's my way, or the highway. I don't like that. No, it's not just your way. Everybody has their own beliefs and practices, and they should be allowed to not to be attacked because maybe you're not a particularly religious person, which I'm not. I'm very open about it. But nobody would want to respect my beliefs or others. They got to interject God into politics, even on the dollar bill. In God we trust. Who is we? Well, who had the right to put that on the dollar bill? We have to ask Fazio about that. He was the expert, right? Fozzie would have the answer to that, right? Right. He'd find lizards and aliens on that dollar bill. Believe me, he would. In God we trust. Who? Who's we? It's not me. And every politician, God bless America, they interject this into everything. Why? Because religion is so highly practiced. And if you want to be accepted by the people, you have to show that you have a belief in some religious system. God bless America. That's the way to get to the people. Because the majority of people are religious. Let's face it. You got to mention God. How about the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag? Mentioning of God. When I was in elementary school and so forth, they were forcing us to put our hand on our heart and do the Pledge of Allegiance, mentioning God. I didn't want to cooperate. In fact, my daughter, I don't know what she feels like these days, but they were trying to get her in trouble because she refused to do the Pledge of Allegiance, as I remember. She was forced to do it. You can't force people to do things. You do have to respect people's beliefs. You really do have to respect people's beliefs. It may not be your belief. That's okay. But if somebody wants me to respect their belief, they also have to come forward and respect the things that I believe in too. We're not all one unit, okay? We don't all come in a package, okay? We're a variety package. You got a lot of chocolates in that package, and they all contain different flavors. You never know what you're going to get, right? We are all individuals, and we have our own needs, beliefs, wants, theories, politics, philosophy, and we should be allowed to do that. But we live in a society that's telling you, no, you can't believe or think that way. You got to be part of the cattle, my friend. Just like the Starbucks crowd. I lived in Seattle. I talk about that now and then. You had to belong to a niche. You had to belong to a certain way of thinking. And people would only hang out with people of that same thought. I saw a lot of that in Seattle. The Starbucks crowd, they all walked around. They had their own little mugs they'd carry around to the office. Golden members of Starbucks. And when they did exercise, they didn't just display a simple cheap bottle of water. It was Evian, however you pronounce it, Evian, had to be an Evian water bottle. It's a way of showing, hey, I belong to something. And that's the way people are. They want to belong to something, even if it's evil. They want to belong, they want to be part of something bigger in life. That's human nature. I see it on YouTube here all the time. People will join other trolls against other people because they want to belong. They want attention. The cattle join up. It's fun to attack people. I'm going to be noticed. I'm going to be noticed. Maybe I will be accepted into this group. We actually had real hate groups on here. The Rift Raft Radio group. Aloe, the Winter, and all these people, like Popeye and, Roberto and so forth. They were all part of a hate group. And people thought it was funny. A lot of people did, and I didn't. Till they disbanded several times, and I was a little bit responsible for some of it. I'm proud to say. Spreading hate. Come on, how healthy can that be? Spreading hate. In the long run, how does it really benefit you? I don't know. But that's the way people, very deluded or delusional way of thinking. But it's become more of a common thread, a common, I would more say, a commonality in our society with negative thinking and self-righteousness, big time. Not really caring for your neighbor anymore. Not really giving a shit. I don't want to be involved. I don't want no part of this. Look, I've witnessed, well, I didn't witness this, but I know even in the greatest city in the world, New York City, there were incidents where a woman was being raped and people just gathered around just watching. Yeah, that's happened in New York. It certainly has. It wouldn't be the first time, wouldn't be the last time. New Yorkers are not perfect. People are flawed. A lot of us are in some way or another. Yeah, things like that has happened. People, instead of helping somebody, gathered around. I mean, look at here in the Philippines. People would rather just pick up their cameras and photograph an accident, a victim, other than trying to help them. Is it part of the culture? I don't know. They're more interested in creating a video that they could put out on social media to get views, and they can make more money. But how about helping that poor person who just got horribly injured or attacked by somebody? How about helping instead of being a voyeur? That's all people do. They take their cameras out. Even an animal that's suffering, they use it as a tool. Hey, look at this animal suffering. But they're not doing anything to help the animal. They're filming the animal. So they have something to put on fucking social media. Now that's what really irks me, I'll tell you. That's what really irks the shit out of me. Of course, being an animal lover too, I always judge people how they treat animals. I would never date a woman that mistreated animals. It would never happen. We'd be two different people in a different universe. I judge people how they treat animals. They have goodness to them. They come to an animal's rescue. If they treat animals like their own children, which I do. These are my children here, my two dogs. They're my children. I remember Barry's statement, nobody's your family unless they're your blood. Well, Barry never understood what family was. You don't have to be blood to be family. I have a family out here that is not my blood, but they are indeed my family. My girlfriend's family is my family. My two dogs are my family. People don't have the concept of what family is. It just happens to be blood. I got a blood family that lives in Washington State. But just because she's blood does not mean that she's without fault. Nor does it mean that I have to accept anything that's dished out on me. Whether psychological issues or not. Yeah, my daughter, family, blood, yeah, but, blood is not really thicker than water. There's just another person. There's just another individual. There's just another person. No different. Just because they're your blood don't mean anything. Not really. It doesn't. It's how people treat you. Now, if you had a cockroach as a pet, then I'd say there's something awfully wrong with you. Okay. Maybe if you're in a jail cell long enough, you'll develop a pet rat friend or something, and I understand that. Loneliness can get to you after a while. And name the rat Harvey or something, whatever, you know. It happens. I guess the point I'm making is that don't expect perfection out of society. Don't always expect the best out of people, because as times get harder, people get harder. They become more interested in their survival and not wanting to help anybody else. I'm afraid that's human nature. If you haven't figured it out yet, that you never will. I think people are generally good-hearted, I think. I think they are. But then they get influenced by other people, and people get so easily influenced by others. It's almost scary. People can ruin other people's lives because people got together and said, we decided that you're a bad person. Well, based on what? Your personal dislike of that person? Did they ever do anything personal to you that affected you in such a way that you feel that you had to spew all this real hate, not hearsay hate, real hate. And you go and do things that are really horrible to the other person. And yet you live with yourself quite well. You live with yourself quite fine. No guilty conscience at all. Nothing. You know what? Couldn't be a person like that. I could not have a person as a friend or a partner that would live their life that way and have that kind of train of thought, to be that vicious and vindictive. But anybody could be vindictive. They can be vicious. I guess if you push them far enough, anybody could be. We have that capability as a human. We have that capability, don't we? And humans can be awfully vicious. I know, because I've been through some pretty vicious stuff right here on social media. Someone trying to control my fucking life by trying to get me deported for no valid reasons, for no justifiable reasons. Oh, they don't think about my family. Oh, no. They're not going to think about that. The domino effect of making such an outlandish complaint as what happened to me. Sorry, I hit a bad spot here on the signal. What you try to do to other people can very much indeed happen to you. But that's when reality kind of sinks in. It's only when the shoe's on the other foot that you realize that some of the things you've done to people, was wrong. Until you experience yourself, then, oh, I understand now, because, it's happened to me. Now I understand. Like somebody doesn't belong in jail. Well, it's a matter of opinion, or it's a self-serving statement, because maybe you don't like the other person. Which fruit do you want to pick from the forbidden tree? Well, I got something against this guy. Although this guy's a fucking louse on the skin. I have to choose sides. What is the worst of the two evils, they think to themselves? Well, it's not hard to tell. Especially if you know somebody's history. You know what they and continue to do and have in other words, a bad track record. All you could be in this world is yourself. Don't let other people try to influence you in any form or way. Be strong enough to go with your values. Go with your morals if you have any. Stick with it. No matter how much adversity comes your way. That's called being strong and sticking to your own beliefs. That's why, we're individualistic. We have the rights, legally, morally, and every other fucking way, to believe in the things that we want to believe in. Colin walking a bear says, "Good video. Don't touch a bar girl." Well, yeah, that too. That one. You like that one? You're referring to the previous video. Okay. Thanks for listening. Anyway, on that, we got 14 strong here. Anyway, I come on YouTube a lot, and historically, I've always been brave enough to speak my own opinion on here, with limitations, of course. Because you can't say everything on here, obviously. There's always somebody out there trying to find fault with you. They'll copy your video. They'll go through it with a fine-tooth comb and try to find fault with you. That's pretty common, pretty typical here on YouTube and other social media. Look, not everybody agrees with each other, man. But we have the right to disagree. Don't get me wrong. We have the right to disagree. We do. I do. You do. You don't have to agree with everything I say. Everything I preach on here, everything I try to talk about. That's okay. You have that right to agree with me or not agree with me. But before you disagree with me, examine the facts. Is what this guy's saying, has he been right all along about people on here? Have you, the person who's pointing that fickled finger at somebody? Well, is the person you're pointing that finger to, are they right or wrong? When you examine it, no, forget about your personal dislike about the person you're pointing the finger to. Think about the fact, is he or she right? That's what you have to, decide. Is he or she right? Anyway. Hey, MLSO, the Reddit screen and your narration reminds me of Hal from the movie 2001, A Space Oddity. You like it? Okay. Colin, walking the bear. And find women in the West. So true. Well, that's really off topic, but that's okay. You can talk about things on my channel here. Come out of the blue with something, I'll either address it or I won't, But I give people that opportunity to a point. I'm not saying that I'm right all the time about everything. I've been wrong about a lot of things in my life and on social media too. But for the most part, I've been right. As I say and consistently say on my show, that I base everything I put on here strictly based. I want you to know that it's strictly based on what I actually see and what I hear. That's the difference between me and other vloggers. I base things on what I've actually heard and everybody else. So hello, Bueno Cano. Bueno Cano, actually. Good Cano, all right? That's it. That's all I've ever done. I call a spade, and I'm not afraid to. I will speak my opinion because it is mine, right? And we all have our own opinions like we all have an asshole. Kind of, burnt out phrase that's used all the time. We do all have assholes. We all shit the same fucking way. You just have to be mindful. And you have to be respectful of other people's opinions as well as they have to you. But that doesn't happen all the time. They go by the theory of, it's my way to highway. Well, that's not reality. That's not reality. What is reality anyway? I can tend to wonder, what is reality? Keeping it real is hard to do with some people. A lot of people have a lot of personal problems that they never been able to get over. So they want to take it out on other people. Social media and outside of social media. But they got that little platform. They got a computer, a laptop, a phone. They could come on platforms like this and voice their opinions. And everybody's welcome to voice their opinion. But as I will always say and state, if you're going to base something you have an opinion about something, but base it on being from fact. Not because somebody said something about you or that person or this person. Base it on fact before you attack somebody. And why attack them anyway? If you don't like them, just don't watch their show. Don't make any comments. Just, be a fly on the wall if you must. But not people could hold back and do that. A lot of people have a lot of shit going on in their lives that they will not show you on YouTube. Not everybody has the money that you think they do, and they just pretend they're living a 5-star lifestyle. but they're so fucked up mentally, morally, corrupt people, even corrupt to themselves. They don't want to expose the lonely part of their life where they just can't get a woman without paying. You don't know what goes on after the camera is shut off. When the camera is shut off, you don't see what's going on with that person, do you? And you probably will never see it. They know what's going on with their lives. They're not going to show. They only want to show the best when they come on YouTube. They're living the best life. They own the best things. They're financially off better than you. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're not. It's all a smokescreen. They want people to think how powerful and wonderful they are. I got this. I got a big wallet, which makes me better than you. No, man. Money don't make you better than the other person. It really doesn't. In fact, sometimes having money can be a problem, a lot of money, because you never know who your real friends are. Are they with you because you have money and they expect something from you? And that applies to women that they're with. It could be their wives. Did you ever really examine and sit down and say, if you're in a relationship? I have. And I know what I have is true. I did a lot of examining any relationship I've been with. I want to know that the person that's spending all that time with me is true. That they're real. But a lot of times, people in relationships that they believe is real love. But it has nothing to do with love at all. It has to do with pesos. What kind of life can you provide for me? Says she. What kind of life can you provide for me? I'll pretend to love you. I'll occupy the same bed. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Buy me those 5-star dinners. Take me to different countries. Provide me what I did not have before I met you. And I will stay with you as long as the money is there, as long as all benefits are there. They will indeed stay with you. But is it love? That's the question. Or as Forrest says, is it love that I'm feeling? Is this the love that I've been hoping for? Usually it's not when money's involved. But some people are too dense to see the truth. But they will display their women and say, hey, look what I got, man. Well, how did you get them? Was it love? Is there really an emotional bond? Or is there something called dependency, financial dependency, that keeps that woman with this foreigner? And some foreigners don't care. Some foreigners don't care. They just figured, hey, I got a woman or I got a couple of women or whatever. I got the money. I got the power. If it keeps her with me, I'm all for it. I'll buy her whatever she wants, clothing, makeup, take her on trips, nice dinners. But you know what, folks? You're fooling yourself. Oh, that would be white snake. You're correct on that. Thank you for correcting me on that. That would be white snake. Hello, Clint. Yeah. Good song, by the way. Yeah. You see is true, especially social media. It's all bullshit. People want to paint themselves to be something that they're really not, to impress people. But then the question comes, why feel that they have to impress other people? What are they lacking in their life? What are they lacking that they have to do that? What's going on in their lives where they feel that they have to go into the attack of somebody else? What's missing in their life? Apparently there's a lot. We have a lot of vloggers on here that pretend that they're living this wonderful 5-star lifestyle. But what you don't see is when they're off camera, when they've probably literally had moments where they were crying their eyes out, taking antidepressive drugs, whatever, that they're not going to tell you. But about what I do, sometimes maybe too open, but at least I tell truth. I'm not trying to hide something. There's no way in the world I'm trying to hide anything. If you got something to hide, then, well, there's something going on in your life, Jack, that you don't want anybody to know or find out. But then, after a while, you screw up and things get revealed about you. And then what happens? Then you go on the defense. Oh, big time. You go on the defense. What they're saying about me is not true. Well, it's been proven that it is, because somebody heard you on Facebook or something, or heard you somewhere, and they heard what you had to say. You just killed it right there, Jack. You just killed it. Out in the open, you had a vulnerable moment that was shared on social media, and you can't deny. You're at the point, sorry, I'm preoccupied doing a couple things here, but you've been exposed. But then, just like they do in politics, when something happens, they gotta get people's attention to go somewhere else with another event, so they don't want to talk about it. Like when Fazio exposed himself on camera. Right away, what did he do? Try to divert people's attention away from that, didn't he? I give you a lot of examples on here, but that would take a long time to actually go into all the details and have to exert my memory about all the things I've actually seen and heard on YouTube. Nobody's perfect on YouTube. I'm not perfect. But at least I keep it real, man. Give me a little credit for something. I try to keep it as real as I possibly can. Some people don't want real. They just want to find fault with you, no matter what I don't care what it is. There's a lot of jealousy that goes on with people on YouTube. A tremendous amount of jealousy. But what I say to that is, why don't you just try to live the life that doesn't make you jealous and formulate your own life so you don't have to be jealous of what somebody else has or don't have, whatever. Just create a good life for yourself and you won't have to attack people. Feel good about yourself and you might feel good about other people. But when you're not feeling good about yourself, you're going to go on the attack of people. And, basically that's what really goes on social media. TikTok stars wind up killing themselves. Couldn't take the pressure. There's always somebody that's jealous of somebody. A woman might be too pretty. And why do you think so many women on here, and it's on TikTok and otherwise, they use filtration to make themselves look more beautiful, to hide their flaws? That's done all the time. Colin says, keep it real. That's exactly what I'm doing. Why do you got to use filters on your girlfriends? When people have seen them and they know what they look like. Colin says, I remember some chap claimed to be living the life, then fled to Thailand. Many of those folks, aren't there? They're not living the lives that they're showing you what they want you to see. Look, I barely even go on camera. I'm not, I'm not vain. And most of the time, I'd rather have people listen to my voice because they can concentrate better on what I have to say. I'm not a TV personality. I don't even like looking at myself. I'm not photogenic. My girlfriend is. Any pictures she's taken of herself, selfies, all that, she always looks so damn good. But I go on camera and said, fuck, is that really me? See, I keep it real even with myself. I know I'm getting older and I'm not the young man I used to be. That's just life, Don't expect to look like you're in your 20s when you're in your 60s or 70s. It's just not going to happen. Although you may look better than a lot of other people, which in my case, I think I do. On here, anyway. Apparently some chaps knock up woman, then flee when the bill comes. Oh, yeah, that never happens, right? Jay is one of them. I'll name names when I have to. Jay's a piece of shit, man. He's a total piece of shit. He's got children in the Philippines. He don't pay support. He doesn't do anything. A real man takes responsibility. Look, I didn't have to take responsibility of my girlfriend's children. I got 2 of them that live here. In fact, we got another one that showed up last night. We got a lot of the family here visiting because they had time off from work or school, whatever it was, and they're certainly welcome here. They're my family. A lot of people don't want to accept that. They're not my blood, but they're my family. A better family than I've ever fucking had. I'm very fortunate in my age to have a family, albeit now in the Philippines, not in America. Don't matter if my daughter is estranged from me. I still have a family. She didn't take that away from me, except my grandchildren, of course, which was wrong on every level. I don't care what you think about me, but leave the grandkids, leave the children out of it. Leave them out of it. Don't force beliefs on your children. Let them make their own judgment of somebody based on the experience with them. But if you don't give the children the experience with the grandfather, how would they know who he is and what he's all about, except they're listening to the mother? That's wrong. I've always felt that was wrong. And I hope my daughter is listening to this. She probably does listen to a lot of my shows. But it's not about my daughter. We're talking about life in general here and how people are, what makes them tick, what makes them say and do the things that they do, what makes them believe in certain politics, Republican, Democratic, leadership that ain't working, and why they want to save face knowing that they voted for somebody who's a complete creep who's destroying the country. But they want to save face, want to stick to their guns and say, yeah, he's still the greatest person in the world. That's why I voted for him. Our president keeps it real. Never has. You want a president that's for the people, not for himself. So all these red-faced, staunch Republicans out there are all red-faced now, watching their idol, their hero, Donald J. Trump, go down the tube in a big way, mentally, physically. The guy's not even coherent. Did he talk about Biden, and they'd call him Sleepy Joe? But Trump is falling asleep at press meetings, deep asleep in a chair. Well, karma. Sleepy Joe, huh? How about Sleepy Trump? What's this? Apparently some chaps knock up women. Oh, yeah. Gotcha. Named one of them. Nobody wants to accept responsibility for the things that they've done. If you feel you're right about something, stick to your beliefs. Don't try to convince yourself that you're right. I mean, if you say something long enough, you might actually believe it, right? No. Be real with yourself, and you can be real with the world. You'll live a better life if you're real with yourself. If you did fault on something, admit that you did fault. And then move on. You'll feel better about yourself. Admit your fault. Don't hide your faults. I've been taken advantage of in my life in numerous ways. Imagine, I had tenants in Hawaii that didn't want to pay their rent for 4 months, and I'm the bad guy. And when they seen I was going to sell the house, they decided, let's plot against him. He did this, he did that, he said this. It never happened. It never happened. This was the MO of this family, to make money because they were not doing very well. And when I was going to be selling the house and they knew it, that's when it really got charged up. And imagine it goes to court and I couldn't show up in person, and that there was a judgment against me, civil, not criminal, that I owed money to them, of all people, that owed me rent, that accused me of doing things I never did, and I'm to be obligated to pay a certain amount of money to this family who scammed me, who lied, who refused to be responsible, and I take the brunt of all that. That's just life. Life isn't always fair. Life is not always fair. Get used to it. And if you're still pretty young and you got a long way to go, you're going to be facing adversities and challenges that maybe you never thought you would. Welcome to our world. Welcome to my world. Won't you come on in? I don't know who sung that. It's amazing I remember these songs, right? I guess I must be old. These are old songs. I am old. I am, whatever. I used to be young. I've had that opportunity. Not that I didn't. Like everybody else, you're young and then you get older. But you had a chance. You were lucky. You had a lucky to have a childhood. You were lucky to grow up, still alive, and didn't die at a young age. Yeah, I hit 71 last May. I did. I don't feel that much different than when I was a younger man. A couple body aches here and there, but I don't feel that much different, really. I think I'm a lot more versed on human nature, and I have to thank social media for that, because it was a wake-up call for me in a way. Because I realized things about human nature that I didn't see before, didn't think existed. And social media was a great thing in a way, and a bad thing. But social media opened my eyes about people. And how people could go on the attack of somebody for no reason at all. They don't like their voice. They don't like their philosophy. They don't like their politics. They don't like something about them. Or they're trying to impress somebody else to gain brownie points. If you're attacking him, I want to be noticed, so I'm going to attack him too, so I could be accepted in this wonderful group of people. So I could be noticed. Even if it means negative attention, it's still attention, right? Oh, we never see that on here, do we? We certainly do. Well, there's been some pretty heavy-duty topics on this morning's show here, but I get it out when I can. And when it comes to my thoughts, I just go with the flow. And I'm proud of myself in so many ways that I am a person who believes in his own rights, his own convictions, his own thoughts, his own morals, own morality. And it's like being a voyeur, watching society kill itself. Sometimes I feel that way. Just go to YouTube and you hear people attacking each other all the time, and you ask yourself why. Their basic thing is like, well, why not? Because I could. That you're never going to find me. You don't know where I live. And I'm protected because I'm in my own home, behind my computer. Nothing's going to catch up with me. Well, I proved somebody wrong, didn't I? Big time. Big time. Colin says the sheep always follow the crowd. Well, it's like the cattle I say all the time, Colin. They can't be their own individual. Everybody wants attention. But even if it means getting negative attention, it's still attention, Colin. And some people need that attention. Their life is so lonely. Why do you think people get involved in this? They get so heavily involved with all the attacks on YouTube because a lot of these people are extremely lonely. Oh, sure. They put on these videos like they're having this gay old time. Yeah, gay sometimes, yeah. I'm having this wonderful life. Are they really? Is it just a smoke screen? Think about it. Then you pick up little clues about these people and you see that they're not really living the life. Somebody's holding, what is it? Am I pronouncing it? Is it Damocles or Damocles sword? I'm not a big historian. Above somebody's head, maybe relating to monetary issues, and they use that as a tool to get what they want. If you don't do this, I'm going to report you for having a baby with another woman, adultery, because we're married. Oh, that's when the wallet gets open and everybody has a smile on their face later on, don't they? Right? Everybody's happy. The happiest family you could ever see. Smooth it out. Call the person smoothly. It's all good. Appease the beast. Open your wallet. And it's all good. And everybody's smiling until next time an argument happens or something. They're going to take that sword again. They're going to sharpen it up. They're going to put it above that person's head again. And this time, if you don't give me this, I'm going to do this to you. I'm going to do that to you. And of course, the person has to give in. No choice. Or else their life is ruined financially, certainly. But we don't know anybody like that. That doesn't exist. This is all made up. Because I'm a storyteller, right? It's all made up. Or is it? Have you seen it? Heard it? With your own eyes and your own ears? Well, then it becomes factual, right? Fuck the hearsay shit. Hearsay don't mean shit. Don't mean anything in life, and it don't mean anything in a court of law. Hearsay don't mean shit. Unless you've seen it and heard it. Then, my friends, it becomes factual, doesn't it? They can't hide that fact. I know what's going on with people's relationships on here. I know very well what's going on. It's all politics. It all has to do with pesos and politics. If I don't appease the beast is going to bite me in the ass financially in a big fucking way, and I can't have that happen. No. All I worked for could be gone in a matter of a short period of time, so you will have to appease the beast. Give in and pretend you're living a happy family life. And they're not. I know numerous people on here that they're hiding behind a facade. Hey, man, look at my life out here, how great I am in the Philippines or otherwise. I'm going here, I'm going there, I'm happy. My woman loves me. Does she? I'm very active, when a lot of them are not. They try to show the best part of their life, but they're not going to show you the part of their life that is lacking something. They will not reveal that because that will be used as a tool against this person, wouldn't it? Especially on social media. They don't want that to happen, do they? But sometimes, my friends, things get out and they can't hide it. It becomes history. You can't hide history. You can't hide something that's already been proven. Just like when an asshole Barry is and the crimes that he committed. You people should be applauding me, not attacking me in the past. I did you all a fucking favor. I did myself a favor. I did you all a favor by putting that asshole in jail where he belongs. I wasn't expecting accolades, whatever. I wasn't expecting a Medal of Honor. I wasn't expecting anything. But I would have hoped that people, and a lot have, don't get me wrong, congratulated me on following through on something that I felt I had to do. Because maybe you were affected by this person in some form or way. You might be a woman. You might be a Philippine citizen that got ripped off by him. You might be a bar owner. You might be a sorry store owner. You might be just a private person that he borrowed money from and never paid back. He may have taken some of your donation money meant for something else, and that pissed you off, and I can understand that. Some people deserve what they get. And there's some people that don't deserve what they get. When somebody's just, being hard tack on destroying somebody's life unnecessarily, because they decided they didn't like you. They couldn't leave well enough alone, but they had to do something to try to make your life miserable. Well, we won't get into that. Anyway, I've been on here over an hour. I think that's, let's see, Colin says, is Barry the bald-headed chap that is a chain smoker? Yeah, that's Barry. Well, Jay's a chain smoker too, but yeah, Barry, I don't know if he's still smoking in prison. He's still incarcerated in Montelupa, also known as Billy Bid prison, unless they transferred him back over to Bicutan. I'm not sure, but he's been there almost 3 years. And he's still cocky as ever. Like I said to some people, man, you think you're gaining something by yelling at them? Thinking that they're going to comprehend everything you say, they're going to absorb what you say, and when you point out the horrible things they've done to people, they're oblivious to this. You might as well talk to a wall. I know I spent a lot of time with this guy saying things that will never get through his head, and never did to this day. Some people don't want to accept the reality of their life and what they've done to other people. Yeah, that's the guy. I don't regret What I did? Not one bit. Not even close. I don't regret, and I never will. So he had to get revenge through his girlfriend, filing a complaint on me to try to get me deported. Well, it hasn't happened yet. And I say to people, don't hold your breath. But there's repercussions to everything that people do. Remember that. It's not over until it's over. And what happens to the person who put that complaint in? Falsified complaint, perjury. A person who harbored Barry, harbored him, aided and abetted. That sounds like a legal case to me, doesn't it to you? Not saying there is one. I'm not saying there's not going to be one. It's really according to what happens. It's not out of the question. It's not that it's not in the cards. But people have to pay the price for the wrongs that they do. I think it's necessary. Very necessary. Some things, guys, you could leave alone, and there's some things that you can't leave alone. Hey, man, call a spade a spade. It's okay. Be real, folks. Don't feel that you can't be real. If somebody's done wrong, you have the right to talk about it, to warn other people. Don't get involved with this person. Nothing but trouble. Nothing but trouble. And just expect more trouble. Why would you want to be in a relationship with somebody anyway that's always getting in and out of trouble? It's dependent on your money to survive, and you give in because you want to have a foreigner. It's a badge of honor to have a foreigner as a boyfriend. He could be the ugliest motherfucker in the world, the nastiest fucking personality and reputation, but they could brag to their friends and say, I've got a foreigner. And maybe one day I'll have a foreign baby with white skin. Really, it comes down to that sometimes. Well, the peso hit a new low, 59.17, which I guess means more for your dollar. If you have anything left. Okay, maybe I'll wait till a few people come on here. I'm having one of these really laid back, boring days. So here I am, YouTube. Why not? Okay. Here we are. Come on, folks. I'm bored today. Totally fucking bored. Truthfully, it's just really too warm out there to do anything. I'm having another one of those days where I just feel complete energy loss. I had one the other day. We got 85% of the family over here today, all in the living room, enjoying their air conditioner in there. And I'm in my bedroom saying, I don't mind the company. Just sometimes I do. Hello, MLSO. Glad you're here. My goodness. Yeah, I didn't even have a big appetite for lunch. I didn't even eat any lunch. I don't have a big appetite. I don't think there's anything wrong with me. I think, to be honest with you, there's a number of reasons. One of them, I think, is just, well, a couple of them, is just too hot to go out and do anything. I don't want to walk to the beach. You don't want to do that every day anyway. It's boring. Not much to do in this town. It's a nice town, don't get me wrong. But even Filipinos, they're home too. If they're not working. There's no reason to go anywhere. I mean, in the heat, then you don't. And that applies to Filipinos too. Hello, Bueno Cano. Welcome back. No, it's one of these boring days. I tell you, I've been just laying around. I was going to finish another project of doing some more painting, but I am no mood to do that. Just the entryway, it wouldn't be a big job at all, but I have absolutely no energy or want to even do that today. Today I am feeling like an old man today. Today I am. Part of the thing is I don't take an official nap during the day. I've mentioned this before. Some people my age and a lot younger than, they take naps. Now me, my naps are different. It's like I might be laying here listening to some interesting story on the internet. I do go through that quite a bit. And you probably think I'm listening to all the usual YouTube channels on here, the people that you know, but I actually don't. Most of the stuff I watch is pretty educational or something current going on or whatever, where I research something. But in the process of even listening to something, I'm like, my eyes are closed, and I'm not exactly asleep. I'm just sort of like in La La Land, not officially asleep. You made a salad?
Yes.
What did you put in it?
I put something here.
I don't know how hungry I am. What did you put in here?
I put salt.
Salt? No more salt.
Sprinkle.
What did you put in there? Cucumbers and
Try.
lettuce and I can't eat all that, sweetie. Carrots. Oh yeah, like you made the other day. Carrots and cucumbers. Okay, lettuce, carrots, cucumbers.
Egg.
An egg. Wow. What a gal. How a gal. I know I got to eat something here, but I was telling my large audience here that I've been just on burnout.
It's very hot outside.
Instead of putting a salad dressing in there, which we don't have, she added cream cheese.
Yeah.
Have you ever known anybody putting cream cheese? I mean, it works.
Little cream, just a little.
Yeah. A little bit.
Yeah, then I bought black pepper. Little sprinkle salt.
Yeah.
Then
Egg. An egg. Yeah, an egg. Yeah. Okay, that's... All right, I'll eat as much as I can of that. Thank you very much, dear. Okay. Things do get very mundane in the Philippines. I'll be upfront with you, As many have found out, because it's not all fun and games in the Philippines. For a lot of us, it's actually survival, especially as you get older. And if you live in an area where you don't have a qualified hospital and say something ever happened to you. I know this. I realized this. That's where I decided to live. Have the house, the whole bit. It's where I am. You have to become aware of your environment. But I know one thing, I don't push the limit on anything. Not anymore. I thought this time of year it's supposed to be a little bit cooler. But truthfully, it's really not. And you will find, never mind all the stories of people, like Scotty and all these people that's driving around on their motorcycle and doing this and filming that and all that. Not everybody does that, but Scotty is not in my age level, and a lot of the vloggers on here, their age level, and the people who came out here to retire. No, he's not. There's a big difference. Because you just can't do the things you used to do. And it's also not very advisable to really go out in really hot weather unless you really have to. So what's the truth about people retiring out here? You think all those popular people that you listen to on here, like Paul, people at retirement age, Paul and other people, you think they're actually gallivanting around town all the time? You really think so? Most people spend time in their house amongst their family. They watch TV. They may do chores around the house. It's not what people think. Nope. It's my salad. It's not. They're watching TV. They're watching a movie. Or they're interacting with what family they got here. It's not what you see on people's shows all the time. You'll see a lot younger people doing this and doing that. I think most YouTubers in the Filipino community, pretty much. Well, that's one reason you don't do a lot of things if you don't have a lot of money. Yeah. And like I said, traveling around in the Philippines is not easy. There's nothing straightforward in traveling in the Philippines. It's one of these countries. Now, if you go to some countries, that are landlocked, I mean, you could get around. Look at Europe. Take a train, you get everywhere in Europe, But to make the worse, I mean, I'm on a freaking island. A real island. It's a real island. Just like in the movies, you see people on tropical islands. It's an island. The palm trees, the coconut palms, it's an island. So if you like islands, I mean, islands are not new to me. I lived on a big island, Hawaii. Of course, it was a much bigger island. Hello, Clint. Hey, Frank, you should work on taking Gilda to visit New York City. I can't even leave the country because of no, I don't want to call her a name. Just think of it. I can't even leave the country because of somebody right now. Nevertheless, go to New York City. And it's too goddamn expensive to go to New York City. And it takes too much traveling to get to New York City from here. That's something I will never see the rest of my life. Ever. There's also laziness. Oh, when I get energy, I get bursts of energy, let me tell you. I'm a fast walker. When I got energy, I got energy. Some days, but then you got to understand something. Also, it has to do with this. I take meds at night. I talk about it. And the chemistry still remains in my system the next day. And that's a contributing factor to why sometimes I'm going to feel tired during the next day. Okay? Because if you take this every day, it's always in your system. That's a pretty large reason. You go down the list, there's boredom. You go down the list, the heat or temperature makes you feel lazy. I've been reducing my sugars, but if you get a big lump of sugar, like eating a sugar donut, your glucose level goes up, and when it kind of breaks down, you sink, and you're really tired too. But luckily, I'm not taking a lot of sugar. You decide to live there now, or well, I noticed she made a big trip to. She's just traveling. She got all this money. Where'd she get all this money to do all this shit? Yeah, she was going to different places in the U.S. She got a wealthy family, or is Mick Fisher paying for it? Hey, nothing surprises me. So, is she settling down in the United States? I mean, not that I really care. Pardon me, but I am eating my salad. I'm not going to stop. You know, I wouldn't mind short travel. Too much. Understand, most people who come here to the Philippines, they're retired. And they're not the young stud that they used to be. Sure, you got this rare variety of people half your age, trust fund babies and whatnot, or people who inherited their family's fortune or something. Oh, sure. Oh, yeah, they could come here, travel around, go backpacking, you know, to the mountains, ride motorcycles long distances if they got the back to do it. I don't, and nor do I want to. Those days of youth are over for me. Doesn't mean I still can't do things. It's a really question of what I want to do. But no, it is boring. And I don't care who you are out here. If you're living in the Philippines, it's really not the most exciting place. It's according to what you like to do. And well, I don't know. Philippines, as far as expats are concerned, is for the more youthful expats. That's what I say. Because they do a lot more. Not to say that older dudes don't travel around the Philippines. They do. But I've heard people talk about it, the ones that do travel. They said, man, they wore them out. The waiting for planes, waiting for ferries, long rides on buses, terribly uncomfortable to get from point A to point B. And what are they going to see? They're going to some tourist spot that's occupied by 1,000 tourists and locals, like a beautiful waterfalls that you would think, oh, I'd like to see Mother Nature. It would be so nice to see this extraordinary waterfalls and the surroundings. But you go there and there's 1,000 people there. You can't get away from people in the Philippines. It's very hard, even with 7,000 plus islands. It's hard. I was admiring this one guy. I watched his show lately, daily. I just discovered him. He's 40. His wife is 33. And they're on a sailboat. Right now they're in the Solomon Islands. But I think next they're going to go to Papua New Guinea. Somewhere to go to Indonesia. He's been sailing for 5 years. And he's going everywhere in his boat with his little dog and cat and his wife. It's really great. He's got a small desalination machine to turn seawater into fresh. He's got, some really good gear on that boat. And he used to just work for Amazon. In some job where he's distributing the food, distributing the products or something. He saved money for how many years and to buy the boat. Now it's him and his wife, and he makes donations on his show. And he also had a little bit of savings, but they get by. It's very interesting because he's kind of a wisecracker a little bit. He's not real big on a lot of people, but he's doing something that most people don't do. I think he prefers to be on a boat, but sometimes he's going to be taking some break at some point and settle down like a normal person and get off the ocean for a little bit. But he shows everything he does on there. Every little thing. His wife is freaking out because there was a flying cockroach that came on there. And, you know, for people who don't know a lot about sailing, and I don't, you don't just throw your anchor out. Sometimes it's an involved process to get your anchor to really, you know, stick in the mud. And sometimes his anchor's like 100 feet away. You see in the movies, people, anchors down. And you think that, it's going to hold you right there, but it doesn't. Your anchor moves unless it finds a good spot that gets it really anchored in the ground. You're still going to be moving. You don't want movement. You don't want to be overnight to be moving and drifting towards shore, perhaps. And I mean, there's a lot involved. There's a lot involved just watching this guy. He's got a little care kits on there for emergencies. He has all kinds of radio communication. He's got a Starlink on there. That's what he does for, like we got. He's got Starlink. He's on there a lot sharing his story. He's starting to get a lot of viewers, and every now and again they're making money. But I couldn't do that. I mean, it sounds interesting and all that, you know, but no, I wouldn't either, MLSO. I would not. No. I told him that too. It's not for everybody. It's too dangerous, man. You're constantly, you know, checking the weather. Constantly. It's a sailboat too, but he's got a motor. And you got to know the wind. And he has to look, you know, on his phone. He's got all kinds of gadgets and shit. Radar, all kinds of shit that keeps track of the wind. And he needs at least 10 to 13 knots to put his sails up to actually create any movement on the boat. And usually anything less, he could probably get away with 10 knots, but anything less than that is very iffy. Then he's got to keep track of fueling up on his boat. Then his desalinizer machine was not working totally good where it should. It's really interesting. You know, for a little short thing, I wouldn't mind doing that. But, you know, you got to understand, when you're on a boat, you're on there with other people. It's just his wife, but it's 24 hours a day, 24/7. I mean, the only boats I ever worked on was in Alaska, and it was just one of these processing shits. I wasn't there that long. But you're working on a boat with a bunch of other people, and you got to be able to get along. And I got along, but it just was too, in a way, confining to me. You got to get along with all these people. Now, if you're going on a trip around the world or something, oh my God, you better pick if you got a big boat, you know, you want to pick your crew wisely. Just like on a submarine. They don't take everybody on a submarine. You likely got to pass a lot of tests before, sometimes you could be confined for months in a submarine. And it takes certain kind of people to be able to deal with that. That's not an easy task. I probably would imagine. 2 Canadian boaters got beheaded about 10 years ago in the southern part of Philippines, really. Crazy world, man. You know, I don't know, man. I think a lot of things lately, you know. I got a better insight about life than I've ever had before. You know, I have to mention this again. I just see so many people fighting with each other over the stupidest shit, whether it's off YouTube or on YouTube, and I don't get it. when you think that life is so goddamn short, why are any of us fussing about this or fussing about that? The fact is, the funny thing is, you moved to the Philippines to start a new life, and you probably had a more exciting life than where you were. There were more advantages. All right, but then I understand also the cost of living, which forces people to come here in places like this. But you ask yourself, what are you truly giving up to live here in the Philippines? It's not an easy choice for people to make. It's not that easy. I gave up everything. House and home eventually did to come here. I mean, I don't really regret it. But I'm also getting older too. I'm not chasing ass because I don't need to. That's what keeps me grounded. Oh, Big Birch is back. Hello. What did I upload today? Oh, yeah, okay. I like uploads. I don't know if I'm getting strikes against this shit. I don't know. And you know what? I don't really care. I don't really care. If there's something interesting, I might upload it. I'll do a remix and put it on my channel. Oh, well. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. So for those, sorry, I'm trying to finish my salad. I don't mean to be rude. For those that want a definitive answer as to what it's like living in the Philippines, I'll tell you. It can be boring. You know, unless you're an alcoholic, you're a bar hopper or something like that, and you're chasing ass all the time, and even that gets old. Come on, man, seriously, how many girls can you tag? It gets old. Even sex will get old if you're tagging a bunch of women. I mean, that's why I don't buy most of these stories on here. I don't buy most of these stories. Unless you're a really young man, you got that kind of spunk and you got that kind of energy, man. Your hormones are raging. I don't buy it. Why would he use my tea short? For what purpose? He likes my tea? I don't understand why. There are some days I feel high as a kite, where I'm got a natural high for whatever reason. There's other days, sometimes I feel depressed. Seriously. Well, you think I got it all, but I don't have it all. I have the important things here, you know. I have something I just didn't have back in the States. This is the longest term relationship I've ever had in my entire life. I'm happy to say. It don't mean life is easy out here. Sure, there's a lot of bugaboos. Everybody burning fires. You can't, even if you don't smoke, your lungs are going to get fucked up out here. They just do things differently out here than you do. Like I said, it's their culture. Sometimes they do things radically different out here that you would never even consider doing. You scratch your head and say, what the fuck? They could be as mean and evil out here as they could be mean and evil anywhere. They got the wak-wak. Big creature they believe in. They want to put the wak-wak on you. They don't like you. I talked about that the other day. Yeah. Remember I said Jim, that guy Steven, you know? I mean, Steven makes up stories, but maybe I'll believe this one. But even if it's not his true story, this does happen. It had to do with land that his wife inherited from the grandmother. The grandmother kind of chose her because she paid attention to the grandmother. And now the other family members are all up in arms and all that. They want a piece of the pie. And she at one point decided to, maybe it's a good idea to cut them in on a little bit. But that wasn't good enough for them. They wanted more. Yeah. And now they're putting the wok on her, you know, equivalent to the Italian Maluk, which is the evil eye. And Steven's wife is pregnant. They're probably wishing that the baby dies or something. Oh, they can be cruel out here. Don't kid yourself. Don't kid yourself, man. Let me tell you something. When it comes to money and land, watch it, boy. There she comes. Watch out, boy. She's a man-eater. And they could be. Yeah, he's trapped in the vortex, man. I don't think Steven's a bad guy. I just think he makes up probably about 85% of his stories on there just to have some kind of continuation of his show to make money. But I also think that he puts himself in the danger zone. Now, the other guy that really irritates the shit out of me, I think you will agree, is Pro-Life Traveler. He don't learn. I don't know what it is. He has a learning disability or something, but he wrecked the truck he bought. I think his family wasn't in there. So he goes out and buys a small car. And the reason he wrecked his truck is his attention was not on the road. He had one of those long selfie sticks sticking out the window while he's driving. The minute he gets to the car, he's got this long selfie stick. So he gets to the car now. He has a car. He's doing the same goddamn thing. And with his wife and child in there. Yeah, he's a real idiot. I don't care about him. I care about his wife and child. They're idiots. Like it's more fucking important to make a fucking video than to think of the safety of somebody else. Come on, man. Fucking morons. But, you know what I always say? You can't always get through to people. You could tell somebody something over and over and over again, and it's not going to sink through their thick skull. Rinse and repeat, you know. One of those things. As I said, I don't give a fuck about him. But he's got a nice wife there. She's a real charmer. I don't know what the fuck she sees in him, except for the support, perhaps, which is usually the case. I'd like to also know where the fucker gets his money. He's not retirement age or even close. Wasn't he supposedly in some kind of IT stuff in Estonia, in some kind of IT industry or something like that? Is that what he said? Then, you know, he makes money on his show. And he managed to do it, though. These people managed to do it. I'll give him credit when it's due. But, you know, there's something called the Asian burnout. And after you've been out here for a while, you've experienced the whole Asian experience, you know, or most of it. In other words, you got the gist of it, you know. And sometimes there's a burnout. You don't have a lot of different looking people out here. Well, it is the Philippines. You got Filipinos out here. The idea, instead of a variety of people like back in the United States, every walk of life walks in front of you. It's all the same. All the same. People still, raising roosters to have cockfights. People still burning fires and polluting. Trash is still going to be around the road. Drivers are still not going to pay attention on the road, and they wind up killing their families, getting into motorcycle crashes every fucking day. Still going to have a corrupt government. And you want to move out here. Yeah, generally they do. I've seen some that don't, though. No, I have seen some that don't. But if you're going to work in the fields or something, you're going to get old. Some, a lot of people work in the fields, rice fields, and so forth. But you start really slowing down when you're in your 60s. You feel it. You'll know it. You'll know it. Then you hit my marker. You've already went over the 70 mark. Listen, I don't want to waste this. I ate most of it. Please eat that. It's good for you anyway. Hey, hello, hey, ho, ha.
Puro carrots.
You got one chicken? We got like 8 people here now.
Di prosta ka na.
You gonna make one chicken tonight?
Apil ka mo sa
We need about 4 big birds to feed this. 4 big birds. Oh, we got a good deal of the family over here today. They all came over. I don't know. They're in control of my living room. I've been just playing on them. And I've been spending my time in the bedroom. Well, it's not the biggest living room in the world, okay? Oh, yeah, they like the curtains closed. Sometimes, you got the air conditioner on. They're shooting off those, that thing they do out here with the fire caps, with the bottle tops or something. Hear that? It's like this shit they do. I forgot what it is. Sounds like fireworks. I forgot what they call that. But, I don't know. Phew. Don't get me wrong. I'm okay with it out here. It's my last stop on my journey, I hope. And it's really not that bad of a place, the Philippines. It's just that you got to learn to adjust with the cultural, the big differences that you will experience out here. And, because you really don't have temperate weather out here, you have to adjust. Right now, it's pretty nice. It's kind of developed a little white cloudiness out here, so it's cool. I could dig it now. As I said, I'm not a real hot person. I'm really not. I'm really, really not. And this coming from a guy that lived in the subtropics. Philippines is the tropics. Hawaii was the subtropics. What do I hear going off? Yeah. I'm not going to lie to you. It gets hot out here in the Philippines, man. And, Frank stays home a lot. Well, every retired guy I met out here stays home. Unless you want to be stupid enough to get a fucking heat stroke. Can you afford a heat stroke? Do you want to be paralyzed or whatever, or dead or whatever? I don't want that. Now it's overcast, and I actually feel more energetic. And to tell you the truth, when I lived in Seattle, for all those years, I didn't mind the cloudiness. Some people did. I got used to that doom and gloom type weather like people living in England. I got used to it. Did you know back in Seattle, people used to get depressed if the sun was out too long for too many days? Because they're so used to that that draping of clouds every day. Hey, it got better out. It's cooler out here, Gilder. We got a little cloud cover now.
Yeah.
We actually could use a little rain out here, actually. What is that game they're playing with their exploding things? What do they put in there? They put propane. What do they do? What do they call it? Lansaka? And what do they use? Some kind of a fuel? A propane? What do they use to make that exploding sound? Now we got this thing here where we have to segregate the trash.
Okay.
Well, there was a time that they'd have a truck coming here at least once a week.
No, you put there in the corner every Thursday.
Well, there was a time they had trucks coming by the house every now and again. You put your garbage up front. But the dogs would get to that and be all over the place. That didn't work out. Then for a long time now, they got people at near the highway at the end of this road. People put their trash out there. But then they started coming down on people saying, well, you know, you're going to need to segregate the trash. So you're going to have, you know, your plastics, your regular trash, things like that, all separated. We use these, you know, agricultural bags. We buy them from the store. They have whether they're rice bags or big bags. And what you need to do, now we have to get, seems to me we're going to have to get these garbage pails with another expense for each recycled item. But you see, not everybody here cooperates either, you know. They don't always cooperate. They'll just throw anything haphazardly in any bag we have out there. And if the bags are open, the cats go in there. We look over the fence, there's all this trash on the other side of the fence. And, you know, the cats are in there. I mean, the cats are just taking stuff out. They're always hungry. You know, I made the mistake of feeding them. So you can see in the distance, you can see her there. It's where we normally have our garbage bags. So we go out the front kitchen door, and what we do is you know, we put this trash in designated bags now. Normally we just threw everything together, but I'm going to get cut off in a second. It'll go back on. I'm in a disconnect area. So as you can see, she's not on camera except her legs, but we're getting bags. And we're going to have to segregate everything. But it also takes cooperation for people to do this too. So nothing goes the way you want it to go all the time. It just makes more work for you. And forgive my kitchen sink here, but truthfully, there shouldn't be anything on here. See? Might have something in the bag. They're just here. Throw it on here. Right? You're going to cook and you know, clean after you make your mess. Clean after you make your mess. Now, there used to be a garbage pail in here where I'd throw the refuse, but now, every single time, you got to go outside. Got to find a pail to put the plastic in. So, okay. Okay, sorry about that. It shouldn't disconnect anymore because I'm back in the house. Because the cats go in the garbage bags to try to find something to eat. You want to come in here, Ginger? She loves her daddy. My air conditioner room. Now I'm running 2 air conditioners. You know, we got another air conditioner that we had replaced. And it just needs a copper coil. We may put that in the dining room. If I could find a copper coil for it. Because out of some cheap brand, I don't know, whatever. It's just, the coils in there, I forgot what the hell they were made of. But it needs a copper coil anyway. Maybe it was leaking whatever coil they had in there, I'm not sure. But I was saying that the cats go in there and they bring it over into the yard, going through it, licking it when they're really hungry. Now, of course, I got used to feeding the cats back there. They're never going to go away. And they're always getting pregnant. Always getting pregnant. What's this regular guy? I don't know, I got these guys. You know, how do you go through life without a fucking purpose? And, people like Regular Guy and other people, he's just going around with his camera, trying to photograph the seedy part of life just to get views. Is that what life is all about? These are people that are kind of nomads. They don't settle down. I mean, there's no law that says that you have to settle down. I'm not saying that. But geez, man, ground yourself in some way. Get a permanent apartment or something that you could use. You probably save more money that way than keep on renting rooms as you travel. Use this apartment, whatever city you decide to stay in. Use that as your base of operations instead of going to hotels, because everywhere you travel, you're going to get into a hotel. Okay, well, I guess that's a must. I mean, you can't be riding a motorcycle around or whatever, however you're getting around, and, sleep on your motorcycle. You're going to have to rent a room somewhere. But I don't know. I mean, I only did that for a month. I did that in the United States when I was kind of traveling across the United States on a Greyhound. They had those fantastic fairs going where the ticket could take you anywhere that Greyhound goes, and I took advantage of that for a month. And I just, stopped off at anywhere on the way that I thought was interesting to stop off at. Mostly it was the Southwest region. There was Florida too, but it was mostly the Southwestern region and California. And the bus ticket, it's good for 30 days. I think it was like $150 or something, maybe not even. And you go anywhere that fucking bus went. Man, I met people on the bus. I was young. I had a lot of energy, man. And yeah, I had to stay. Most of the time I was on the damn bus. But I've had to stay and what did I do most of the time? God, I know I had to stay some places. I know I don't sleep on a bus or anything. I can't. I'm trying to remember where I stayed. I had to stay a few places, of course, get sleep. You have to, if you don't have safety. So I'm over there with a backpack on, with all this different camera equipment. You wouldn't believe, plus a tripod and plus clothing and whatever else. It wasn't easy. Even at times a little bit dangerous. But I managed to do that, and that was fun at the time. I had a lot of energy. Now, if it was temperate climate, I mean, I could probably... But even the Southwest desert wasn't bad. Sure, it got hot, but there's no humidity. There's a big difference. A big difference. And you'd be surprised, the vista, with no water drops in the atmosphere, how clear everything looks and how the colors are more saturated. You ever go to an actual desert? You'll know what I mean. I was in the deserts of New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. That's where I was. It's incredible. I was in Monument Valley. I was in all different places. Incredible. Because there was no water droplets in the air. Just incredible color that you see on the mountains and rocks and beautiful blue skies that emphasize the white cumulus clouds. Like a picture postcard. I got to experience all that. That was cool. Okay, I've done some cool things, I don't have that many regrets, really. I don't know. Not that many. Not really. I look back, and a couple of things I could have done differently, but that's history. That's history. I'm living in the now, not the past, and that's how you gotta live. So, erase a lot of shit that you hear on YouTube with a vibrant life all these retirees live in. Paul in the Philippines, all these people. They're not. They're not. Unless you got a rarity. Some people may volunteer their time to occupy their time with some local cause. Yeah, some foreigners might do that. I don't think a lot do, but they may do that. But there's a limit to what you can do as you get older, man. There's a limit. There's a limit to how much sun exposure you could have. Me, an example, I've had. I still got to check things out. I've had skin cancer on the side of my nose and my face and my cheek. No more than the nose. 2 times in the past. Brevis has skin cancer. Have you ever noticed his big moles? Special moles on the side of his face? I don't think he ever took care of it. He's supposed to be the Bitcoin millionaire. How can I told him in the past, why don't you take care of those fucking cancerous moles? He said there's skin cancer in the family too. Like I said, you can't tell anybody anything. They take it like you're attacking them or something when you're just trying to help. Yeah. People supposedly say they got money, but they ain't got dog shit, man. They want their life to sound more exciting than everybody else's on here. And I'll guarantee you that probably 80% of these people are full of shit. They're not living the bon vivant lifestyle of the rich and famous. Champagne and caviar, my ass. Okay? Most of them are broke-ass fucking expats. Playing a little game of look at me, I'm living the wonderful life, but what do they do when they're not chasing ass? When they find themselves alone in their hotel rooms or whatever, or their apartments if they're staying, you know, they're not going to tell you. I bet Big Kevin cried a mountain of tears when he was in Thailand and Vietnam. Big Kevin was not able to walk well. Hopefully his operation will help him. And because of his size, his girth, his appearance, his speech, it was kind of too weird for the women. So Big Kevin would have to just, buy him drinks, to have a human companion to talk to, because truthfully, when he lived in the States, before he went to, he's back now, of course, but he lived a very isolated life except for his family. And he was so overweight that there was a ton of things he just could not do. And it wasn't that much different when he went to Thailand, really, when you think about it. It was not that different. He didn't go a lot of places. It was too fucking hot for an overweight man who couldn't walk very well. He spent his time maybe going to a local restaurant just to get out, or go to 7-Eleven to buy some ramen, because he just couldn't afford to always eat some really incredible meals that he would like to, because he did not know how to manage his money. And all this money was going out on buying drinks for women so they could sit down with him. He could feel like a real man and feel like he had company and somebody to actually talk to. It's like that for a lot of foreigners out here. And everybody thinks it's all fun and games here. It's not. It's not. That they're conquering all these women, and they're not. They're telling you they are. Like Ricky with his stories. Oh, I bagged a couple of them the other night. I got women all week long. Ricky is alone 99.99% of the time, if you haven't figured it out. He is alone. And he just eats. The occasion he goes out on the road with his camera, or goes mostly to a fucking seedy bar somewhere, or pretends that he's staying in a 5-star hotel. Very rare that he ever did that. He rents a fucking $200 a month room in Decca Homes, which is a low-class, low-income, big complex in the area of Mindawi. He's not living the 5-star lifestyle. Neither are most of these people on here are not. The majority are not. Kevin blew all his money for companionship. I'll guarantee you, and I don't care what his compadres on YouTube think, Kevin didn't get laid once all the time he left America. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I don't buy the mechanics of his body. I don't buy any of it. I don't buy it. He didn't get laid. Oh, yeah, he's killing it, Dave. They like to use the words, oh, we're killing it. I'm killing it, Ricky says. Kevin will say, I'm killing it. Guys, they're not killing anything. Trust me, they're not killing anything. Just a bunch of stories made up out of embarrassment that they go all the way there, maybe trying to find a woman, and they couldn't do it. Many times, Kevin would pose with some women that maybe Big East provided when he got it together with him or something. Big E would say to the bar, hey, why don't you sit with my friend here? You know, whatever. To show and make it look like Kevin was like, you know, a big player. Maybe in his younger days, Kevin was a player when he was younger and thinner and, you know, and he drank a lot, always did. And he's kind of like, I could picture him as being a very obnoxious younger man. And he wound up in trouble, too. He got into all kinds of trouble. That's why he got the bowler knife in his head. Nobody gets a bowler knife in the head unless they cause some major trouble with somebody. It must have been pretty fucking radical. That's my opinion. Anywho, yeah, truthfully, I watch more different stuff on my cell phone here than I do the Philippines genre stuff. There's a couple of people I watch out of amazement, of course. Jim's Gasian Adventures. I'm just waiting for him to get into trouble again. We all know that's going to happen. It's just a matter of, it's not if, it's a matter of when. I'm waiting for Pro-Life Traveler to get into another accident and kill his family. I don't look forward to that. I hope that doesn't happen. But he hasn't learned his lesson when he wrecked a truck. You can't drive your car with a long selfie stick and hold it in one arm while you're trying to drive a car. And he didn't learn from his lesson when he wrecked the truck he had just bought, a Raptor, I believe it was. And then buys another car now, a small car. First thing he's doing, he's getting into the car. He's got his extender all extended out for his cell phone, his selfie stick. And he's driving away with his selfie stick. I don't get it, folks. Did people take a stupid pill that come on YouTube? I mean, I don't always get it. I get it with some people, like Barry and people like that, but I just don't understand. Excuse me. How people could do the stupidest things in the world on YouTube and think they could get away with it or don't get hurt from the things that they do. Carelessness or total stupidity, lack of fucking functional brain, can't control what they do, can't control what they say, get themselves into potentially dangerous situations like Ricky does all the time by knocking other people in a very big way. Big way. You got people threatening each other on here. And this is what you look forward to. Okay, you know. Is that a sign of our society? I guess it must be, because a lot of people are doing it. But the denominator in all of this is not just loneliness for these people and why they do that. A lot of foreigners do that out of loneliness. They want to feel that they're not alone. That it's, you know, at the end of their cell phone, you know, there are people out there. They don't feel alone. I think a lot of us do that too, even if you do have a girlfriend and family. And those that don't, it's worse. You want to feel that you're part of a big club or something, even though you don't want to be part of them personally, though. You don't even want to be with another foreigner. But you don't mind sometimes on a cell phone, on social media. But that's as far as it goes with me, most of the time. I'm not interested in hanging around a bunch of foreigners. It's just not something I'm interested in doing. Too much trouble. Too much trouble. Too much drama. But don't let these people fool you or their pretense. I'm living a wild life out here. I'm in the streets, looking at the action, looking at the whores. Well, a lot of them are broke skokes. They got to get the views up. They got to get the subs up to make money. They have to go into the streets. They don't know what else to do. You think when they get home to their apartment, what do you think they're doing? You think they got all these babe-a-roonies, as that shithead likes to say, waiting for him in his apartment? No. Most of the time, these people are alone. Even that guy. Because he's an idiot. He makes good videos. I think he's a good vlogger, but, Scotty boy, yeah. But he's an idiot. He's a moron. And how he looks at women and looks down at women. That they are just a piece of meat. That they don't have a mind of their own. That they have one fucking purpose. He's over there with his camera all the time. What was it, Angeles he's been in? Making an analogy of every woman that goes by and what she's dressing, and even if it is a woman. Because people want to see the ones that have not come to the Philippines or planning to live here or visit. Yeah, they do want to see what's out there. I understand that. And these guys, basically, they, what's the word? What the appropriate word for this? Oh, I can't think of it at the moment. But basically, it's abuse. They're depicting people to be nothing but, the women, nothing but what they have between their legs. There's no core to that person. There's no intelligence to that person. That's all that they're good for. So let's go to the streets. Let's watch all the prostitutes. Let's watch all the bar girls. And that encourages a lot of creeps from the States and other places to come to the Philippines to be part of that. They think that everybody's getting laid, and they're not. They think that everybody is just partying and hardying. They're not. You may see some people going to the bars. Oh yeah, they do. They're not walking out there with a woman unless they fucking pay for it. They're not. And a lot of times they don't walk out of the bar and hold on a minute. Okay, I'm back. Mother Nature called. So it's not everything that you see on here. Don't believe it. Don't believe it. I'm not saying that Philippines is a bad country, but I'm saying if you're really looking for big excitement, I don't know. I think there's a lot of better places you could actually go, even at a more advanced age, that you might have a better time. Yeah, that's true. People are cool here. They are. And they are friendly, but don't cross. You can't cross somebody out here. It's like anywhere else. And because there's so much poverty out here, you especially don't want to cross somebody, and don't deal with anything having or you can get into some dangerous situations too involved. But life is not a beach. Everybody who have these desk jobs and everything in America. Oh, I like to be sipping a cool one, on a tropical beach. Have a little umbrella drinks and all that stuff. Guys, gets burnt out. How much of a beach can you a surfer, and you live near an ocean that actually has waves? I don't know what got cut. Yeah, having satellite is pretty good. We got both, actually. I don't want to explain why. But if it's out of reach of the the receiver, it's just, you're not going to get any service. You're going to get disconnected. So I'm going to go in an area that I know works. But I was talking about the beach situation. Yeah, I love living near the water, but it does not mean that I'm going in the water swimming. It does not mean that I'm beach walking every single day. That's not what it's really like. I'm used to having the ocean near me. I'm used to the beaches. But the beauty of it, though, there is a beauty of it. That I could go there anytime I want. Doesn't cost me any money at all. I don't have to travel. That's another reason I'm not traveling all over the Philippines. For what? Most towns look alike. You got trikes, hobble hobble. You got, pollution, flooded roads, dirty streets, sorry stores. Let's face it. The only reason you want to come to the Philippines is the chicks. Let's just fucking get real like I always do on my show. Let's get real. But then you realize you can't come here just because of the women. There has to be more. There's going to have to be a little, maybe a little cream topping on that pie that you bought. And you're not always getting the cream topping. You get a different cream, gets you into trouble. But there has to be more to the place where you're living than just having a woman. She becomes your world. Yes, she does. Thank goodness for that. That she's an integral part of your world, but not your whole world. If you had hobbies or something, I don't really get into my photography really, but if you had hobbies from where you used to live, continue your hobbies. Try to do it out here if you could, because you will go out of your fucking mind out here. It's not what you see on these YouTube channels. I guarantee you, I've been out here for I don't know, might be 10 years in February, actually. Well, I did take a year or so when I had to go to Hawaii, so I'm going to officially say 9 years I've been out here, but I've been in a relationship for 10 years as of next February. Okay, now we got that straight. So yes, I've been out here a pretty long time. And I do know what I'm talking about. Because I experience life in the Philippines every single day. You might think I'm locked up in this house all damn day, but I'm really not. But where do I go? Downtown, get supplies, maybe go out to a restaurant now and then. We don't do a hell of a lot. We really don't. Travel to Cebu, that's all you may know me for. Traveled to Cebu, went to Baguio and some other places. Sorao Mountains, we went to Sorao Mountains once. No, we're not well traveled. We're not well traveled in the Philippines. We're not. Even she's not. She's lived here, all her life. And a lot of Filipinos are not well traveled even in their own country. It's not just the foreigners that come out here. A lot of Filipinos are not well traveled. Part of it is because they maybe don't have the money to travel, or part of it is because it's such a hassle. This is one of those countries, you could live in a landlocked area. You could pick a country like that, But this is one of these places where it just takes so many forms of transportation to get from point A to point B. And you're going to spend a lot more money doing that because it's not a straight shot to get anywhere, really, in this country. There's going to be several forms of transportation involved with just about anywhere you go. Then the hotels in between to get from point A to point B because you've been traveling too long. That's why I'm never going to win an award for the Board of Tourism. Okay, that's never going to happen. I guarantee that. That's never going to happen, brother. I tell you like it is, and it's not always a good thing, but I'm not saying that this is the worst place in the world to live. It's a good place to live. But you have to understand, there are limitations on living here. Of course, the famous infrastructure out here, that's a big thing. It really is. You're not getting all those amenities. Oh, okay. You want to go to, all the popular places and, to have beautiful brand new buildings. Looks like a California town or something, great malls and that kind of stuff, nice real sidewalks and stuff like that. The day pass thing? What's the day pass thing, Birch? What is a day pass thing, Birch? But it's, it's not that full of excitement as you think it is, even for the Filipinos. Sheraton, Lawn, Crimson. No, never been to Sheraton out here. That's the other thing, too. I wouldn't mind staying in a place. See, the thing is, especially if you're on vacation, the whole idea is that you're not going to spend time in a hotel room. So these people who wind up renting these hotel rooms for their vacation will pay for the day and play in a resort. Oh, they don't do a lot of that. So they get these really expensive hotel rooms. They have to show anybody, look at us, look at us. Well, we know who does that, right? It's all for show. But the idea, if you're on vacation, for example, a vacation, you don't need an expensive room because theoretically, you're not going to be spending a lot of time in there. That's why you're on vacation. You want to do things, see things, go places. You just need a clean, functional place to stay. Okay, it's got maybe a shower, it's got heat, got an air conditioner, you have a TV in there when you want to relax. It's clean, it's not full of cockroaches or something. A place to lay your head in between your activities. Oh, I've stayed at, some good hotels, but for the most part, no. No. I just think it's a waste of money. Put your money toward an activity or shopping or whatever you want to do. After all, I know you're not going to stay in your hotel room all day. What's the purpose? But I will tell you, though, some people fool themselves when they come here. They think they're going to be greeted from when they get off the airport, all these women. Oh, a white man, a foreigner. I got to get to know him. It's not like that. I remember I came out here, it was just slightly before I met my partner, and had a couple of days where I had nobody in mind at the time to meet. And even those 2 or 3 days, whatever it was, I found myself like, okay, I'm here. What do I do now? Okay. Oh, you mean like some of these hotels have a lot of amenities? Well, that's the whole thing, too. You don't want to spend your time in a structure either. I don't care what amenities they have. If you're going to go on vacation, you're going to travel around. For example, I'll give you a great example of something. I forgot the name of the buildings, but there's some really nice condo buildings that attach to Ayala, that area. And there's a lot of retirees that don't even leave the building. They got restaurants in the building. They got a gym in the building, spas. All they got to do is take an elevator. It takes them into the mall where they could shop. They can go to restaurants. There's some people that don't even leave their abode. And there's also some foreigners that are disabled, that don't go anywhere. They want to live in a safe environment, in a nice building if they got the money. And those places are not cheap. The ones that I forgot the name of the hotels, or condos, whatever. They're attached to a Yala Mall. And you just take an elevator, whatever, a little here and there. And there you got a big mall with all the amenities, all kinds of food, all kinds of shopping. There might even be activities going on. It's air conditioned. And sometimes people who live in that situation, who are counting their change, they probably have to if they're living in an expensive place like that, won't even use their air conditioner. They'll go downstairs. I'm going to hang in a mall, even if they're in a wheelchair. I'm going to hang in a mall and look at people. So you can live to that age and just go in a mall and sit in your wheelchair and look at people. Watch the world go by. As the world turns. Bert says you spend that much for a taxi trip when you come to Cebu. He said Sheraton in Punta Engano in Mactan is new and top rated now. 2,000 pesos, and you can use all the amenities. I've been in Mactan. I don't know. I just never favored that area. I just never did. I know there's a lot more stuff going on over there, but I like kind of living up north. I kind of like the direction I live. I like Cebu north, and it's just a different environment, a different atmosphere. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like the island life. I always have. But I'm just simply saying that there are limitations what you can do in a small province, an island province. There are limitations. And yes, you have to leave the island now and then. And I don't care if it means just going to a big city like Cebu. But yes, you actually have to do that. Bert says J Park in Mactan, 7 pools, beach, and 5 restaurants. Sounds good. Never been there. It's great for a family that's traveling around, perhaps with children and all that. Sounds great. But I'm not really into the Mactan. I know it's developing a lot. A lot of development going on in Mactan. We basically know it as Lapu Lapu. Is that correct? It's just another name. The old name is Lapu Lapu. Ponce Engaño is 10 miles from Cebu City. Okay. Gilda and the kids would love it. Well, maybe someday we'll do that. Once I get all this shit over with, if you know what I'm talking about. I could breathe a little deeper. Let the smoke clear. And maybe I will. Yeah, I realize we don't do a hell of a lot. Sometimes I feel that, life is just going by me sometimes. We don't do a hell of a lot. As I said, I'm really not that big on traveling. I could do it in spurts. In other words, go to one town, start off in Cebu, take a trip to somewhere, not terribly far, relax for the night there. I could do stuff like that. Then go on to the next destination. As long as I have a rest period in between, I could get my head together, get my body together, and rest and relax and make other plans of where we'll go from there. But yeah, that's not a bad idea. Yeah. But you got to ask yourself, are you happy where you are? I'm generally happy. I mean, there could be a lot more going on. And I have my bouts where I get bored out of my effing mind, like today. Although I'm gaining my energy back a little bit, I go through bouts where I'm just kind of tired, whether it's an age thing, a medicinal thing, or whatever the hell it might be. It does happen, and lately it's happened. I just get tired. Partially boredom, partially the hot, humid weather that does it to you too. She goes through that too. She'll get tired with the hot weather, and she's Filipino. She's born here. But she could only take so much of the heat herself. Born and raised. No different. Well, I think Filipinos, I think they could tolerate the weather, most of them, more than most of us could. I think so. I think I know so. But as you age, you're more intolerance going on. And sometimes you get lazy. And you think about making a trip. One day we decided, let's go to fucking Baguio. We just took off, went to Baguio for 3 days, 4 days, whatever it was. And, Baguio was not the most exciting place in the world, but it was really interesting with the interesting climate there. Because by the time you wake up in the morning, it's chilly outside. And then when the sun starts going down, I remember I was at the mall there, and they don't use any air conditioning in that mall. There's no air conditioning in that mall. What is it, SM? There is no air conditioning. They don't need it. They don't need it. And we were having pizza, and, she has relatives out there, actually. I met up with some of them, and having some pizza out on the, what do you call it? I don't know, veranda, whatever. And holy shit, man, as the sun was going down, you could feel it right away. You want to reach for a jacket. So it was interesting experiencing the cooler climate. But that doesn't mean it wasn't hot during the day. We were a very short time staying there, but it didn't mean that it wasn't warm during the day. It was mostly the mornings and coming to evening. It did get chilly. And in some sense, it was refreshing, but you got so used to the warmer temperatures that you say, damn, it's fucking cold. I'd go out in the morning on my deck, because you can't smoke in the apartment. You go out on the deck and say, man, I got to wear a jacket just to be out here this morning. But it does feel good. I kind of like the kind of environment where you have to wear a light jacket. It's comfortable. I like it. But that's not going to happen over here, not where I live. You're at sea level. And that's where it's hotter. What's that big... Did you read the U.S. Mint ends the penny production? Philippines used to stop a lot of their coins. Yeah, a lot of people who save pennies, big 50-gallon jars that added up to a lot of money. I've known people who've done that. I've been in their apartments in the USA, and they got these big old things of all pennies, which took years to save. Well, it's just like they should get rid of the centavo out here. Nobody uses it. Nobody uses centavo. If it fell out of your pocket on the ground, you just leave it there. You don't even care about it. Centavo. Yeah, it's 59.17 this morning was the rate. So the Philippines economy is kind of tanking a bit. Of course, that's beneficial for you if you want to use your American money and transfer it into pesos. You're coming ahead very well. But the Philippines economy, it's not a great thing. Okay, I've been on here for a while. I got to pay attention to my lady here. And I think I'm going to be limiting my shows to maybe 30 minutes at the tops. And that keeps my audience attention, and it doesn't make me burn out. Yeah, I got to do more activities. I got to get on a bonker boat to some nearby islands. I want to start doing a whole lot of stuff to keep my energy level going. Because if really, the truth is, if you don't, you're going to be in a gully. You're going to be in the gutter. You got to get your adrenaline going some way, somehow. I've always liked going out on boats and stuff. I never had a problem with that. I'm not afraid of the ocean. In fact, I used to prefer when the ferries would hit hard water. You know, I used to like the rocking back and forth. It was exciting, although it was scary to everybody else. But if it was really that bad, then I would really worry, of course. But you know, I didn't mind the rocking on the boat. I thought it was exciting because it's a boring trip on a ferry. The longest ferry trip I made was from Cebu to Leyte. That's right, I've been to Leyte, of course. That was an overnight trip, and of course they have bunks on there you sleep in. Makes it a lot easier, and the nights are really cool. Yeah. There are areas that I think are open, but there's a lot of areas that, well, they're all kind of open, yeah. That's a long ride overnight. I forgot how long it is to get to, what was the main town we got into in Leyte before we had to take other transportation? The ferry would take us to...
Ilongos.
Huh?
Ilongos.
I thought it was actually... with the cross, they have the big cross on the hill.
Huh?
Mason City. Mason. Isn't that where the ferry took us when we went to Leyte? Mason City?
Yeah.
Right. And then from Mason City, you'd have to take like an hour or so bus ride to get to where her mom's house. Oh, mom doesn't live there anymore, but where mom's house was. Oh yeah, it's a long ferry ride. And maybe you don't mind something like that if you could go...
No, because when we go there, we ride Ocean Jet.
It was the Ocean Jet. How long did it take us? It was at night we went, right?
Huh?
Yeah, we went at night.
Morning.
We got there in the morning, right? Yeah. Went at night, got there in the morning.
No, Ilongos.
Huh?
Ilongos, not Masin.
Ilongos?
Ilongos.
I don't even remember the name of the town. When I went to Leyte, how many hours did it take?
Hilong was 4 hours.
4 hours, that's all it was?
Yeah, the ferry.
Wasn't I there twice?
Yeah.
I was there twice.
Once in Hilong, we go there in Hilongos.
Right.
Second, no. First, we go there in Masin.
That's
second,
it.
Yeah, second, we go there in Hilongos.
Right. Maston was the longer trip on the ferry, wasn't it?
No, it's a shorter.
It was a shorter trip?
Mm.
That was a while back since we've done this, so.
Hilongos is the long trip.
Yeah, and I never really got a chance to explore Leyte. There are nice areas out there with really nice beaches. There really are.
We've never been pa in Limasawa.
Yeah, we just went to So Good and Masin, So Good,
Hilongos,
Lomas,
Padre
Burgos. That's where Tim K lived.
Yeah.
And we've been in Padre Burgos. I think that's where Tim K lived, or one of the places anyway. Padre Burgos. So we were there too. No, there's a lot to see on Leyte, but it's you don't see a whole lot of foreigners there. My understanding, I know the towns that I've been in there, it was rare to see a white face around anywhere. Not a lot. And there's a lot of poor people living in Leyte. A lot of poor people. But it has an interesting history, of course, Leyte. Caves, the big battle that went on, Japanese invasion, raping the locals, women, killing people. A lot of shit went on in Leyte, man. Big sea battle, the biggest ever sea battle, possibly in wartime, whatever history. It was right there in the Leyte Gulf, the Gulf over there. A lot of history. There's probably a lot of gold on that island too, somewhere in the caves. So if you're looking for Yashimoto's gold, you might find it. You never know. But no, I remember when I went to Leyte, it was hotter than fucking hell. And her mom's house was just a small, shacky place, just some fans. But we did get to stay at one of the... Was she a relative? We stayed at her house, still a relative? Or was she... Who was the lady we stayed at her fancy little house on the ocean?
My cousin.
Your cousin. Stayed at her cousin's place. She had this fairly nice place.
The husband
Looked like very provincial furniture, kind of a period furniture.
The husband is a German.
Her husband was German. She had this like European furniture in there. Nice, but not my style. But
they bring from Germany, but
oh, they did. Oh, really? Oh. So yeah, you could pretty much assume the guy had money. But she allowed us to stay there for the night. And another time we did stay at this resort with the family too. We rented the top floor of this one place. I had that on video. Yeah, down the ways. That was down in, how far from your mom's? It was down in...
going to So Good.
Going to the direction of So Good, S-O-G-O-O-D. It was an okay place, nothing too exciting, but they had a restaurant downstairs right on the water, but it was okay. We had this one big room that we all just kind of gathered in. A lot of our family was there. We all gathered there. It was cool. I can't say I've been a lot of places in the Philippines, but I'd like to certainly see more. I'm not dead yet, my friends. Don't write me off, okay? I'm not dead yet. As long as I'm alive, there's more things to do. You just got to plan things out a lot better. Problem is, you know, who's home to watch the dogs? There's always some problem, you know. Can't just leave the dogs alone. Let's say the kids are going to school all day. Nobody's going to watch the dogs all day. We don't want to leave them out in the yard because there's always not always shade a good part of the day. It gets hot. And I don't trust anybody around the dogs anyway. You never know. I'm a kind of a responsible person even for the dogs. So we can't take off for a long time, you know, maybe the kids. Can't leave them alone at the house if it's just me and Gilda's just traveling. They're not of legal age to be left alone. They're not, so we don't do that. We always make sure that one of the children that's of a legal age could be with them to watch them. We don't take that chance. No, and we won't do that. And for the dogs too, they're my kids. I care about them too. So, it's kind of being tied down when you have animals. It's kind of being tied down when you have some children, or else you have to take them with you. And you could, to greater expense and everything else. And we need to do that as a family. I noticed some adventure park they want to go to over in, what was that, that could be destroyed. There was that park we went to with the animals.
Carmen?
And over in Carmen. God, Gilda, do you think they got affected by that flood? Holy cow. Yeah. I wonder if they got affected. They were like way in there from the road. But they had the atrium with the birds. They had crocodiles there. Hope they didn't get out. There's a place, I think, in that area somewhere called Crocodilia.
Cocolandia.
Where they actually have besides the place we went to that did have crocodiles, there's another place called Crocodilia or something like that. Crocolandia. Yeah, it's Crocolandia, right. Like crocodile land is what it means. I heard somewhere that some of those crocodiles got loose with the flooding. Oh, Big Bird says Safari Park. It's open now.
Safari.
Was this called Safari Park?
Yeah.
That's where we went. I had a video of that. Yeah. Well, her two kids have not been there before, so that's an idea that we might just make an excursion to go there and be back. We could be back home in the same day, actually. We could possibly do that. So we might want to plan it. I think they really like it. Then there's Cebu Safari Park, too. I've never been there. You've been Cebu Safari Park?
That's the one we go.
That's the same one?
Yeah.
Oh, it's known as two names. Okay. It was okay. I mean, I don't think it was that great, but it was okay. It was good to see the crocs and a few other things. You go in a birdhouse, they're flying all over you. Some animals was hard to see because they were very, I don't know, some could have been nocturnal, some were hiding in the bushes. And you go in this little tram. What is that we went on? It would ride you over to one area. Yeah. Ocean Park in Cebu, SMC side is great. She's been there. I haven't been there. That might be fun. Your kids have been there.
Yeah.
I just haven't been there. What's there to see besides to have the artificial wave machine? They love that. Fish. Is there like big enticements of fish?
Yeah.
Fish. Oh, the little children love fish. Okay, yeah, I'd like to see that. How come every time we were in Cebu, you didn't suggest that we go there? Huh?
We were busy.
Busy? Doing what? What, seeing lawyers? Shopping at S&R? Lions and cheetahs are very cool at Safari Park. Yeah, I saw them. Big mofos, too. They have one there that's kind of an albino, wasn't there, as I remember? And Big Bird says, penguins and a bird show are new at the Ocean Park. Yeah. We went to the bird show. We went that. And they had some kind of eagles or something. And on demand, whatever, they got them. They flew above everybody in the audience. Flew over their heads. That was kind of cool. Oh, we have it right here in this picture. Okay. There we go. Welcome to the wild. Here we go, right here. And this is at the bird place. And here we are now, and I got this big bird on my head here. There's me and Gilda. Yeah, right there. It makes the birds fly on your head and blah, blah, blah. Welcome in a while. There you go. We're just talking about this right here on my shelf. Nice, huh? Yeah. Yeah, it was fun. I mean, I could see going back there again. I guess I could. It's just for the excitement of the kid.
Where I zip line.
You go to what?
Zip line.
Where?
Safari.
Oh. Yeah, I could go there again. It's an idea, but I do want to see the Oceanside SM because I haven't been there. She said a lot of times, we go to Cebu for unlimited time because, as they said, if the kids are alone, we don't want to be alone, dogs and all that. And what we generally do is, we go and we got some business to take care of, like shopping, just to see her mom and family and stuff. And a lot of our time is spent doing that. And that's why we haven't seen a whole lot of, certain things that we haven't seen in Cebu. Because our time is generally limited. It's not a money thing. It's more of a time thing, where, we got to get back because one of our children that is of age can only be there a certain period of time because they got work or they got to be back in college or whatever the hell it is. And they can only watch the kids for a set period of time because, we don't leave them alone. That's why. It is a great photo. Yeah, this should be, instead of in a corner here, but I can't even see it in here. These are memories. You got to do things together with your partner. I would agree with anybody that would say that. You do. You got to create more memories. And I got to create more memories. I think it's important. I really think it is. Before I get too old that I can't even travel. Don't get me wrong. I have some days I'm like, ugh. But I got some days I'm just full of energy. Come on, let's go do something, man. I'm going bored out of my mind. Try to walk with me in the street. You watch how fast that I walk. I'm not this decrepit old man who's just falling apart. Although some days I feel that way, but not very often. No, actually not. Yeah. But I do have generally a lot of energy for a dude my age. I don't kid you on that. I feel all wound up right now, like I feel like doing something right now. Now that we're talking about all this shit, got me kind of wound up here. Get on a boat sometime, another bunker, a pump boat, and go to a nearby island or some shit. Go to Malapascua or something, go whatever. I don't want to go to Virgin Island, that's just across the road. It's the same shit. And it's a relatively small island. It takes like, 20 minutes or so on a bunker boat to get there. And it's a white sand beach, okay? It's a white sand beach. Tops is great. Who's been to Tops? I haven't been to Tops. Yeah, I understand they got food up there too, and yeah. No, dude, I can't dive, or else I would. I'm glad you brought that up. Mm-mm. Oh, no. Hey, look, you're talking to a dude that was really interested in his younger years in oceanography. I'm not kidding you. I can't because I have a bum ear. My ear cannot take the pressure of the water. I could snorkel, that's not a problem. I wear like a little rubber created by an ENT specialist lab. Not allow water in my ear because the cool water that here and the pressure can make me dizzy and disoriented. I could drown. I can't take the pressure. It's too bad, really, because I have always had a big interest in it. I can't do it, man. Can't do it. Closest I came to that is being in a kind of a submarine ride over in Kailua Kona on the Big Island, Hawaii. About 150 feet underwater. But no, believe me. No. Not you don't understand the construction of my ear. I have some artificial bones in my right ear. Not a real stirrup, not a real anvil. These are artificial bones that are hanging by a thread near my facial nerve. I fuck anything up in there, I'm screwed. I remember even when I was visiting Hawaii as a tourist, I used to go to Kahului Beach in Kona. My friend Bob lived on that side of the island I met. And I'd go snorkeling in the water. And at the time, I wasn't using an earpiece. I have a special rubber piece I put in my right ear if I'm going to go in the water. And I was in there snorkeling quite a bit. And I'd get out of the water and I'd feel disoriented, almost like falling over. And you don't want that to happen in the water. Because even though maybe the water wasn't real deep, where I was still way out there, and some of the water was over my head, if something happened to me in the middle of water, open ocean or something like that, I'd be dead. I'd drown. It's that serious. I'd drown. I would drown. I cannot subject myself to that. Sure, I can snorkel as long as I wear my rubber earpiece. But other than that, oh no. No. I've done that a long time ago. Tommy says I get dizzy on elevators. Not good when I rent a condo. Cebu, yeah. Now you understand, expat forever. Now you understand. It's a pretty serious situation, man. I could drown easily. And I'm also known to get leg cramps. I'm not a good candidate of being underwater. You get a leg cramp, you could also drown. You know, I went out into open water, out here. And me and Guido went snorkeling, open water, going to another island. They do that, they stop for you, and the snorkel was just so thin, I couldn't even get air through it. Suck into a fucking straw, And I didn't feel comfortable at all with that snorkel. You could hear explosions in the background. I forgot what they call that. It's a game they play. I don't know, it's with bottle caps or something. They make it explode or something. I don't know. They throw some propane in there. So I don't know what they do. I forgot what they call that. Yeah, actually, yeah, so am I. I'd feel a lot safer in a pool. Yeah. And I don't even do a lot of that. I got pools all around me. Walk down around the block. There's a resort. They all got pools. Occasionally we go there. I don't think I've been in a pool since I've lived in this town. I'm trying to remember. I don't think I've been in a pool in this town since I've lived here. And some people say, what do you need a pool when you got a fucking ocean there? It's not that I've never been in the ocean. I have been in the ocean here. A little snorkeling. There's not much to see. There's not the greatest, no reefs over here that's like in some places, Sure, you got the beautiful white sand beaches here, but there's not like big reefs over here. And a lot of times the water here, you could walk way out. It ain't going to be over your head. However, it doesn't matter how shallow the water is, expat. Don't matter. You could drown in 2 inches of water. But if you got dizzy and disoriented, you drown. You'll drown. Yeah, my ear's pretty fucked up. It's a real deal. It's really fucked up. Besides my hearing in there, it's not mechanically made for pressure. I cannot dive. Maybe if I went in a helmet, the whole instead of a self-contained underwater breathing apparatus, scuba, going with those big old Bell outfits they used to send people down in. Probably my ear could take the pressure because it's pressurized or something, but I'm not going to do that. Yeah. No, I feel a lot safer in a pool, but I do love please don't get me wrong, I love the ocean. I love being on it. I do like being in it, actually, but I'm not a big swimmer. Could I swim? Yes, I could swim. Fazio said he could swim 10 miles. Fucking Fazio. He was so out of shape. He was able to say he could do a whole lot of things, man. He could do a whole lot of things. Anyway, I do need to occupy my time besides this fucking phone right now, so I do need to get off here. I appreciate the dialogue. I appreciate that a lot. We've had over 14 people here, which is okay. Sometimes I go on, it's a certain time, and like who's told me? It was an expat or somebody told me he doesn't get up until a certain time. If I'm doing these early morning shows, when I do it in the morning, You know, he's not up to even hear me on. He hopes to catch my shows later on. That's what happens. Yeah, you're more of a pool person. Yeah, I understand that. You're a lot safer in your pool. You don't know what the hell's underneath your fucking feet. Now, although there may not be sharks around here per se, there are sharks in the Philippine Sea here, okay? All right? There are sharks. Most of the time they go in deeper waters. But it doesn't mean... Boy, they're really going at it out there. It doesn't mean that an occasional shark ain't going to mosey around the area. Okay? Doesn't mean there ain't. Generally, it's not. If you go to Malapascua, they got the thresher sharks. They're not generally dangerous. You know, I never died with a whale shark. But you know something? I'm totally against what they're doing with the whale sharks out here for tourism. They're interfering with the natural instinct of these whales. These whales are getting like Pavlov's experiment with the dogs. Pavlov, a scientist, had done an experiment where he got the bells to react to a bell. They know when it was time to do something or it's time to eat, whatever. And it's what they're doing with the tourist boats. And this is against nature. It's against the environment. It's against nature. These whales need to depend, of course, on the plankton and everything else they eat. They can't depend. Just like, you know, the cats that I've been feeding for quite a while here, they're always coming back. And they're going to have babies, and those babies are going to come back. It's interfering with nature. I'm totally against that, man. Timmy is back. Get you and Gilda a nice place holiday to Thailand. You can trust the Bairns? The Bairns? What? To hold the fort. They're old enough and sensible enough. No, I do not leave underage children alone. Get trouble for that. Oh, they could handle the house in emergencies, but that's not the point. It's illegal to do that. Because if something did happen and we were not here, more trouble. Like I need more trouble, right? No, I don't think so, Timmy. I get what you mean. They can cook for themselves. They can do whatever. You know, they're not infants. Okay, they're very self-sufficient, actually. However, it's a chance that I'm not willing to take. You have to have some element of responsibility in your life. I'm one of these people that, like, you know, I take responsibility pretty seriously. So with that being said, I do got to get off. Sorry you're late on here, Timmy, but I've been on here for an hour and 48 minutes. I even did a show this morning. So I've spent quite a bit of time on it. So I was having a really boring day. Tell you, the excitement here is going downtown to go shopping or something, and we know people downtown. We'll bullshit with them a bit sometimes or whatever. Go out for a treat or something, but since I'm watching my sugar, that's another thing. No, I'm not diabetic, but I'm pre-diabetic, actually, 5.7. Anything over 5.7, you're bona fide diabetic. So I'm not diabetic. But like I said, how they worked that is the past 3 months. It's not very accurate. Because, you know, maybe I was eating too much ice cream at the time, too many cookies that were brought over, parties, having cakes, eating some products that have sugar in it. And they measured for those 3 months. So it's not an accurate number because I'm not even a person who drinks soda. I don't add sugar to anything, to cereal. I don't add sugar to anything at all. If it comes with sugar in it, well, it already has sugar in it. I don't add sugar. Sugar is not my friend. But I'm not diabetic, fortunately for that. Yeah. But as you get older, it's real easy to become diabetic if you don't watch what you're eating. I'm even eating less bread, touching bread. But I do have a hankering for those flour tortilla shells. You know, you can make wraps out of them. Oh, hell, no more. I had that this morning. I had some scrambled eggs and had some cheese in it. And I also had some cream cheese in it. Not good. Okay. And you just wrap it up, roll it up. And it's really good. It's really good. You can put tomatoes in there if you want. I like wraps. It's carbohydrates, though. Same as sugar. They break down like sugars do. That's the problem. Eat a lot of bread, eat a lot of potatoes. You know my weakness, right? It's potatoes. You know, especially roasted potatoes when you're making a chicken. We're having that tonight, in fact. We're having a roasted chicken. She bought some potatoes, and you know I'm going for those potatoes. You know damn well I'm going for those potatoes. Okay, I do got to go. I think that thanks for the dialogue today. I hope that idiot doesn't get in an accident, pro-life traveler. He's got a nice little family there, his wife and kids. She seems to be a nice gal. I don't know what she's doing with him, but, it's always about the money. Let's face it, folks. Let's just write this off and say the majority of relationships have to do with the Filipina being taken care of. I mean, just let's not play around with this. Even to a point in my relationship, she wouldn't want to be with a guy that was just didn't even have a pension. Could have 2 fucking pesos to rub together. Why should she? Why would she want to? Everybody wants to upscale themselves from the lives they had. They don't want... And by the way, she's pretty sufficient on her own, actually. She has her own bank account, all that other shit. But besides that point, Filipinos in general, it's a generational thing. They don't want to become another generation of being poor. That's where you guys come in, the foreigners. Some have a lot of money. Some may don't have a lot, but to a Filipina, it's pretty good money. They know they're going to step up from the kind of place they were living in. They might eat better, have a cleaner, safer environment. That's what they want. Yeah, I know. I haven't had it lately because I haven't had any kind of cereal that would require it. I don't have, almond breeze. You're right about that, Timmy. It does. I got to watch the oxalates. You got to watch everything. In other words, don't eat anything. According to all these doctors and scientists or whatever, don't eat anything because they're going to find something wrong with just about everything you eat. What do? Stop life? You stop life? I like almond breeze, though, the unsweetened one. It's the vanilla unsweetened one. That's what I buy. I used to buy this Muslix stuff. It's like a granola, really, Muslix. But, man, you eat too much of that, you get the shits in the morning, man. Because don't forget, I'll take fish oil. I'll take magnesium, stuff like that. And you take all that stuff, you get a good bowl. I remember I was picking on that in Cebu. And I had the fucking shits. I had brought a box of that with me, just to snack on, because I like it. Muslix. Has a good flavor, too. But there's sugar in it like anything else, And it's also a little bit too much fiber. And you get the fucking runs with shit like that. I could get it right locally here. They sell... No, actually in Bantayan, there's a store that sells Muslix. Saw it yesterday. I didn't want to buy it. It was at Mercury's Drugs, in fact. I didn't want to touch it. If you want to stay around the house a while, you could eat it. If you're constipated, take some Muslix. It tastes good. Nice crunch to it. I love crunch. But remember, you're going to get the shits in the morning if you take that stuff. Interesting if you don't take that on the almond breeze. It has protein in it too, which is good. It doesn't have all the other shit in it. It doesn't have all the saturated fat and all that crap. That's why I drink it. It's a better alternative to milk. Okay, guys. An hour and 54 minutes, man. The clock is ticking. Take care. Catch you on my next little show. My next big shoe. And go find out if anybody else is on. Go ahead. Maybe they got something better to talk about than I do. You can see some hoes in the streets. Go watch what's his face. Watch Jim make a fool of himself. He's doing a lot of videos these days to make money, and he's bored as hell in Cambodia. He's bored out of his mind there. If it wasn't for this girl he's hanging around with, that 16-year-old, he'd be bored out of his mind because no other women want to bother with that guy at all. He'll be out of Cambodia. He'll find an excuse to get out of Cambodia. You watch and see. Do I know people well? I do. You watch and see. You wait and see. He'll find an excuse to get out of Cambodia. It's not made for him. In fact, nowhere's made for that guy. And this Scotty's going to be doing his thing with the Babe Rooney crap. Fucking grow up eventually, people. Sometimes you have to fucking grow up. You're not a teenager anymore, Referring to women as Babe Roonies. Fucking A. How old is...
themselves into knots.
trying to protect a man who's terrified of what's inside those files. Let's be honest. There's a reason Trump is screaming. There's a reason he's attacking his own allies on Truth Social. He knows this isn't just about Epstein, it's about him. His name, his network, his fingerprints all over the machinery of corruption that people like Jeffrey Epstein built to buy silence and sell access. And the fact that Trump would rather threaten his own party than let those files see daylight tells you everything. Because if those names come out, if the communications, the flight logs, the money trails, the photos, if all of that becomes public record, it's over for a lot of people. And the louder Trump yells about hoaxes, the clearer it becomes. He's not denying guilt. He's confessing it through panic. But here's the thing. I don't think it's working anymore. I don't think Lauren Boebert caves this time. I don't think Nancy Mace or Thomas Massie fold either. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene, God help us, might not take the bait this time.
Okay. Kind of an interesting topic. Kind of short, but sweet. And kind of interesting and actually realistic. The one thing you never hear is Puertoricans reaching any kind of social status of any sort whatsoever. Class, dignity. I remember when I grew up. I don't know why it had to be that way. And when people make judgment on Puerto Ricans. Now, I could only tell you when I grew up, there was never any respect for Puerto Ricans. And they were the lowest class people that we ever met. Even among all the racism that exists in the world, and there's a lot of people that didn't like blacks where I grew up. It was common. Pick on somebody, pick on the blacks, whatever. But the one thing I will say, that there are a lot of good black people. There are a lot of bad black people, same as any other color. But even the black people I grew up with thought that Puerto Ricans were way lower class than the perspective, that people had on African Americans. And they were always getting into trouble, the Puerto Ricans. Always known to have knives, and they wear these pointy shoes, because if you have the flat tip shoes, you couldn't get the cockroaches that, would go in the corner of the room. So the Puerto Ricans, they developed very good technology. They developed, the kind of shoes that have pointy tips. This way, when the cockroaches do get in that corner, they can get those cockroaches real easy. Smart people. Mm-hmm. Who said they were dumb shit? I didn't. Hello, Pennywise. Where you been, man? Greetings and salutations. I finally found your new channel. Again, I'm doing okay. Got my typical Philippines boredom here, but, it is what it is. I always said in another show, it's not the most exciting thing. Clint Aston is laughing. Actually, this kind of started up with Nico. Nico has maintained this character of a street person. I guess Nico makes decent money from his disability. But the one thing I've always mentioned, and something that everybody has observed besides myself, is that Nico never could fix his teeth. Oh, he spends a lot of money on fertilizer. He's got to have that grass growing just right. But it always winds up dying on him. I don't know why. It just does. Now, if he would take that money he spends on fertilizer and fixing his fence on his teeth, it might be a positive direction, considering he's an ugly bastard. You know, so that's just my opinion. And I'm entitled to an opinion. Once ugly, always fucking ugly. Unless you want to get plastic surgery, but with all the nerve damage he's got and all that shit. And it's not his fault. By the way, it's not his fault. There was an accident on the job when he was in the service, and it was very unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. And he got his face blown up, and it's not a funny thing, not to laugh at. It's not a funny thing. I just want to just make it known. You know, there was another guy, I heard a story that he's a quadriplegic amputee, both arms, both legs. But he's got a big pecker, though. So they used to call him tripod when he actually had both his legs. Yeah. Now he's the monopod. But it's a shame. It's just a crying shame. These things happen. And, you know, you got to feel sorry for these people. I don't know, when they look in the mirror, they see this swarthy, good-looking, kind of a rendition of themselves before they got their ass blown up. But they were ugly before, and they're ugly. Not the surface appearance. So let me just straighten you out on this. It's not the surface appearance all the time. The ugliness is mostly internal. It's really not always. 75% is internal. 25% is external. You know. So the one thing, and I remember an old friend of mine, and that was Michael Sticker, who, yeah, you know, the guy that was into the bands. He was a roadie for Blondie and all that shit, you know, and some other bands too. You know, he met the Ramones or knew all these people, blah, 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 you know. Sex Pistols, all this. Well, he went out, and this was written about too. There was a band member from, was it the Dead Boys? I can't remember. It's a long time ago. And this guy was on the street, and a bunch of Puerto Ricans, of course, with knives. They met up with him, and they got into this big shit. So Michael went in there to try to help this guy because he was a friend of his. And somehow Michael got involved in this. He had to be he was put in Rikers Island for a small period of time. He had nothing to do with the incident with his friend in the band, but it was these fucking Puerto Ricans on the Lower East Side of Manhattan. Oh, I know the area. I've been there. I've been to CBGB's. It was right down from CBGB's. And this happened many years ago. Always the Puerto Ricans with their fucking knives, man. Always with the fucking knives, you know. And I grew up in New York, and I will tell you something, you know. And I'm going to be honest about this. I have nothing good to say about Puerto Ricans at all. Most of the Puerto Ricans you ever met never even fucking worked. I knew one guy, fantastic guy, who ran a business at the apartment building I actually lived in. He ran a grocery store, and he was a Puerto Rican guy with a fantastic family, very respectable. If my father needed to run a little bill on there, pay him at the end of the week or something like that, he let my father do it. He was a really nice guy. Now, I'm not saying that all Puerto Ricans are bad, and maybe a lot of Puerto Ricans have gotten a really bad reputation, and maybe a lot of them really have. But I can't remember growing up with anybody who liked Puerto Ricans, more so than a racist that, you know, didn't like the blacks. Okay, and even the blacks were saying that, you know, I know people look down on us, you know, racist motherfuckers and all that, but, you know, if anybody's lower class than people perceive us to be, that would be the fucking Puerto Ricans. So I've heard this all my life. Heard it all my life. I don't know of any famous Puerto Rican people. I don't know, might be some Puerto Rican singers, but they're good in their own country. You know, I don't know what Puerto Ricans have done for the world. I don't know if they've done for anybody. They just sit there sharpening the knives, trying to find a throat to cut. Well, anyway, the guy I mentioned that was pretty bad. I think he died from the stabbing with these low-class, lower East Side Puerto Ricans. that roam the streets at night trying to rip people off in New York City. They were never respected. They were never respected. I don't respect them because I don't have anything good to say about them. I really don't. On a basic level, I just really don't. Um, and I grew up with Jews. I grew up with blacks, Irish, Italians, and so forth. And none of these groups I ever really had a hard time with. You know, my grandparents grew up on First Street in Mount Vernon, and it turned out to be a predominantly black neighborhood later on. You know, my grandparents accepted them; they accepted him. A great existence. Nobody bothered each other. People were just trying to go on with their lives, and trying to get food on the table. And I never really got bothered by black people growing up. There were some rowdy ones in our high school when they started segregation and all this stuff, or desegregation in my school. And yeah, they were assholes there. They would bust up the bathroom and then tell the, I don't know, high school administrator that you really need to fix up these bathrooms around here when they destroyed them. And it was them, the knot hairs for when they would comb their hair with that special little comb that would, and all these knot hairs would fall out into the sink. And you know who was in there last. There you go. Of course, most blacks have straight hair these days, but we've come a long way. There's such a mix in the ethnicity in the world that's going on right now. You can't tell who's black, who's white, who's what anymore. Such an intermixture. Look at the Hawaiians. They've mixed with everybody. There's no true Hawaiians left. And it's just one big fucking crazy place. Well, the intermixing goes on, and one day there ain't going to be no blacks in America unless they actually come from Africa, because this intermixing that's going on now is so much that, mulattoes, you're getting just a bunch of mulattoes, and the next generation gets lighter and lighter. And all the features, the lips, the nose, and everything else has basically changed radically, too, if you notice that. And as you see how Michael Jackson went through some changes, he went through a lot of changes since he was a little kid. Of course, he turned out to be a freakazoid with too many operations. His face was practically melting. But, that's Michael Jackson, though. But I don't know. I'd like to say something good about Puerto Ricans. The chicks are good looking. Some of the chicks are good looking. Actually, I like, I like Hispanics and, Latinos. There's some good looking women. Yeah, I've actually dated a Mexican girl, actually, briefly when I was, I didn't date her. I had one night with her, whatever. What the hell? Wait, what happened that night? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did do her. Okay, I did. Mexican, Mexican, yeah. Mexican. Yeah, she's a hot number. Spicy. They're spicy, just like the foods they eat, Hey, I love everybody. I love everybody. Can't say I'm loved back by everybody, but I love everybody, actually. No matter what ethnicity you are, Puerto Rico is going to stay. They want to become a state, but it's just never going to happen. Just not going to happen. They're just a territory of the United States, and that's the way they're going to stay. That's the way it should be. Leave them in that little corner of the world and let them do their little Puerto Rican things and manufacture their knives and teach their children how to use a knife properly. For the next neck, they're going to, cut somebody's throat. For the next neck, they're going to cut. I don't know. I tell you, they get no respect. They get no respect at all. But why? Well, their reputation precedes them. Historically, I don't know anybody's ever liked Puerto Ricans. Have you ever liked a Puerto Rican? I like Puerto Ricans. They're so low class. Not that we should measure the world in class systems. And I really think that's what divides us. It really does divide us. Putting people into class systems. Low class, middle class, high class. How white your skin is or how dark your skin is. It's a horrible world. It's a really horrible world out there. And we shouldn't judge each other like that. But Puerto Ricans are different. That's a breed. They're like a step above cockroaches. And, this battle they've had all their life with cockroaches led them to new technology with shoes. I thought it was brilliant. Actually, you could only get a cockroach, and if you corner them, you could only, get them if you're going to use more of a blunt surface, rather than, well, they tried to use blunt surfaces. That was the problem. Yeah, that was the problem. But then they realized, they woke up, that they said when a cockroach goes in that corner, if you try to take your foot and kind of crush him in the corner, force your foot forward, it wasn't going to get that cockroach because it was right in between two pieces of wall. But then they figured out, well, will we make our shoes pointy? Shit, we can get those motherfuckers right in the corner, man. We got it made in the shade. That was probably the most brilliant things that Puerto Ricans ever really did. Seriously, I'm very proud of them for that. I don't know of any famous people that are Puerto Rican. I don't even like Puerto Rican food. Okay. I never dated a Puerto Rican. I don't want to date a Puerto Rican. I don't have anything good to say about Puerto Ricans. At all. Never did. I've seen what they did in New York. I've seen what they did. I know what they did. How they hurt people, robbed people, knifed people. Did I tell you they like knives? They love knives. Horrible. Horrible, horrible. They'd show up in the subways. They'd show up in the dark streets like a fucking cockroach. Knives in hand, newly sharpened. And they go around robbing people in their cars by knife point. Everything is knives, 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 knives. Most Puerto Ricans could not afford a fucking gun. They couldn't afford a gun. But they always carried a knife. I don't care if it was a switchblade. I don't care if it was a kitchen knife. But you never find a Puerto Rican without a weapon. A weapon not being a gun. Very rare. It happens, though. But they always had a knife by their side. They always had a knife somewhere in their shoes, whatever. Then they got really invented. Oh, some of the more educated ones. They actually developed a system where a knife could pop out of the tip of their shoe by tapping on their heel. Oh, for real. I think they're the ones that invented that. So, if they lose their other knife they keep in their back pocket, all they have to do is tap their shoe. And I think they use spy pictures, too. They actually influence some spy pictures, And you all got to do it. It's really inventive. You tap your shoe, your heel, and this fucking knife comes right out of the pointy of your shoe in the front. Boom, comes right out. Spring-loaded. Amazing stuff. Who says they don't have any technology? But knives. Knives. When I think of Puerto Ricans, I think of knives. I think of Harlem. Oh, my God. I remember the night that I almost got stuck on Simpson Street on the subway. Those were the days. What happened was I was coming back from visiting a friend, Joanne, who lived on Southern Boulevard in the Bronx, which is right across from the Bronx Zoo. On coming back, instead of taking a train that goes north, which is going to go toward Westchester County, it's where 241st Street and White Plains Road meets up at Mount Vernon, New York, which is outside of the New York City jurisdiction. Now, you have to take the northern train, the number 2 train, which is the one I used to take. So, I went up the wrong platform. What happened was I took a train that was going southbound, which is going toward New York City. Now, you got to pass through Harlem. There was different areas of Harlem, You had the Harlem that had blacks. You had Harlem that had all the Puerto Ricans in there. Well, I didn't have any tokens on me, Had changed, but you see, when I realized I was kind of nodding out on the train, I realized, what direction am I going? I should have been all the way to at least Burke Avenue or Allison Avenue by now. Then it's just a matter of a few stops. You get to 241st Street and White Plains Road. And I noticed, I said, Simpson Street. I said, Simpson Street? What the fuck? You don't want to be at Simpson Street. Well, I had to get off the train, so I go downstairs. But, the token booths at night, late at night, they were closed. So I went outside thinking that I could just go outside, down the steps, go to the other side of the road, and come up the other steps and get the train on the other side of the track. It was going to go north. That's what you had to do. So I got on the train and went across the road and went up the stairs, and there you were. The turns, what do you call the turns, whatever the fuck they used to call them. Well, you have to put a coin in there. You don't get through. I'm saying, shit, I don't, token. I didn't have any tokens, man. I didn't have any. Oh, fuck. Because, the minute I got off that train, there was some Puerto Ricans, a guy was beating up his wife or something. There was arguments in the street. And I was the only goddamn white face there, man. I swear to God, I was the only fucking white face. Oh, my God, I got to do something. So what happened was I went to the other side, like I said, kind of stood there in awe, and some guy, walking up the stairs, was going to take a northern train. I said, you wouldn't have any tokens with you, I'll pay you for one. You know, I can't get through the turnstile. That was a turnstile. And he was generous. He just gave me it. I didn't have to give him any money. And that guy basically saved my life. Because if I would have stayed there, and if I was the only white face in there, believe me, I would have been a target. That guy basically saved my life. He really did. Because some Puertoricans on there, man, if they saw my face, the knife would have came out, it would have cut my nuts off. Or say she didn't want to be in those days was Harlem. Although Harlem has changed a lot of renovations of these old buildings. A lot of the yuppie people moved in there, and they kind of yuppified some of the community. By the way, if you've ever seen Harlem by subway train can go over this kind of a high, elevated, and you're above the streets of Harlem as you're going through Harlem. And I swear to God, there were buildings that was so close to the subway train that how these people slept at night, their beds probably shook every time a subway train came by, and then there's the screeching of the wheels on there. I mean, it was horrible. It was terrible. The rats would crawl over their kids all night, But it would look like burnt out Europe, like Germans invaded Europe or something, and it looked like the town was all blown up, and you had empty buildings and old building, just ratting away, and it was a horrible place to be. You would not want to be in the daytime, but you certainly wouldn't want to be there at night, I'll tell you that. Hell no. Shit, my brother was almost hung off a building in Harlem at one time. Fucking drugs or some shit was going on. They kind of held him over the edge a little bit there. Scared the shit out of him. I had to do with drugs. Oh, well, he got involved in that kind of shit. He'd go to Harlem to get some fix or something, or get some drugs. He really got in some bad shit. God bless his soul. Rest in peace. I know all the stories, And he got away because, well, I don't know if my brother got it from a Puerto Rican or not, but my brother had a knife, and what happened was he knifed this guy that was trying to maybe throw him off the roof. He never knew whether the guy lived or not, but he got away from that sucker. Toot sweet. That was the end of that story. Whether the guy bled to death, died, or, whatever happened to him, my brother saved his own life. But he shouldn't have got himself in that position anyway, What the fuck you doing in Harlem? I don't give a shit what your habit was, and you just don't go to Harlem, man. I mean, what the fuck's wrong with you? You may have the afro and all that. And by the way, my brother had one of the best afros during that time. Most black Americans were jealous of my brother's afro. My brother had curly hair kind of to begin with. My brother went and got an afro. It was a big, tall afro. It was so perfectly coiffed that most black people during that time in the early 70s, I think it was, were jealous of my brother. It was the most perfect afro. It was better than Don Cornelius, man. His afro was better than Don Cornelius. Don Cornelius at the time would have been jealous of my brother's afro. You should have seen it. I have a picture somewhere. Maybe if I can find it somewhere, I'll show you it. He looked good for a white boy with an afro, Kind of a comparison of a, what's his name? The music business. White rapper that all the black rappers respected. Oh, Vanilla Ice. My brother was the Vanilla Ice of the community. He was the Vanilla Ice of the community. He really was. He was accepted in the black community. Everybody thought he was a bro, maybe mixed parents or something like that. Well, neither one of my parents, were black. And I don't know, maybe something happened during some time in there where maybe he was half black. I really don't know. We used to know this guy named Mitzi, who worked for Martamucci beer and soda distributors right up in the corner. And Mitzi used to come over with a bicycle for my brother. He didn't come over with a bicycle for me. He came over with a bicycle for my brother, and I thought, what the fuck is that all about? I mean, what the fuck do I know? I don't know. What the fuck do I know? He could be a bro. He was a bro there to me, but he could have been a real bro. I really don't know. I don't really know. Strange history, strange stuff. I don't know, but hey, he would be the model white boy, the Vanilla Ice man, with with a fro. He carried that fro even into Indiana when he moved to Indiana. He met a girl from Indiana, beautiful farmhouse, moved out there, had a kid, the hippie chick, and she got into drugs too. She wound up dying of hepatitis. She wanted to take care of it. She didn't want to handle it at all. Liver disease. She had breast cancer. She didn't want to address that. She just wanted to go. She just wanted to leave. That was it. He could have owned that beautiful house. But, well, of course, the fact that he was meandering around and he wasn't in this child's life who had a form of, autopsy, but it's a whole different name. He's functionable, takes on a job all these years, drive a car, take care of himself to a point. But it was such a responsibility for my brother, and having, being on some tension with his wife at the time, he wound up leaving, which was not cool. But the later years, he was very tight with his son, and he always kept in touch with him up until the day he died. So they kind of buried their hatchet, together and all that. But if he would have just, I think she wanted to divorce him. And she had money, man. She had money. Midwest, her parents had money. They had land everywhere. They did sharecropping. Man. Fucking sharecropping. Now, his wife's mother had most of the money. The father had money too, but she's the one that had the money. And her aunt, who died, had left her money. Always liked Cindy. Cindy was her name. Always liked Cindy. Boy, what a story. So when her parents died, she got left everything besides any land that she owned, and she was, using it for sharecropping. At the end of the season, she'd make a nice check. She even opened up a machinery business later on farm machinery after they divorced. She met another guy named Butch. The guy's name was Butch, like Butch Cassidy. Oh, let me back up a little bit. My brother could have took her for fucking half in a divorce. But he felt guilty about the kid. He felt guilty. Because for quite a while he wasn't in the child's life because he got involved with drugs, was getting into trouble, and he didn't want to expose his kid to that. Although the mother was not an angel either, okay? But my brother sacrificed. He figures, well, I wasn't in my son's life. I don't deserve to have half the house. He was stupid. He really was stupid. He'd be rich. No, he wouldn't be rich because he would have blew it all up his nose. Now, I know, these are very derogatory things I'm saying about my brother, but they happen to be true. He just took a bad path in life. I didn't take that bad path. I never really got involved with drugs like that, and he's actually what kept me straight. So I owe a lot of thanks to my brother, and I've told him too. I said, you know what, man, you kept me straight. Seeing what you went through, man, I couldn't do that. My parents probably thought I was going to get involved, but they knew I was different in the family. I finished school, went to college, everything else. None of them ever did that in the family. None of them. The only one in my family that even graduated high school, went to college, whatever. I'm the only one. I was the white sheep in the family, compared to being a black sheep, which is my brother. But was my brother a good person or otherwise? Yes, he really was. My brother had a really good heart, very sensitive guy. He knew he fucked up. He knew he hurt my parents and all that stuff, He lived with that guilt all his life. He really did. And he paid for all his mistakes dearly with all his health problems. He really did. He suffered a lot. I mean, the breathing, everything else. He had everything from diabetes to emphysema to joint problems to gout to practically dislocated, rotor cuffs, to practically hanging. I don't know. It's just turned out to be one big bag of shit for him, Really a horrible existence. He wound up very lonely. A lot of his friends died from drugs through the years. Pretty hard. It's a real horror story, but it's real. It's a real story. He'd get into trouble all the time. One day he'd come home. They took him to the hospital. I don't know. He went to go meet him at the some friends, maybe transfer some drugs. Hey, buy a little weed or something. Well, probably worse than that. And they went to the A&P supermarket parking lot to meet him there. And they just fucking got him and they stomped on his back and lucky he didn't break his spine. I don't know. I mean, if he was a writer, he could write a book and do a screenplay or something for a movie on his life. I don't know if anybody would believe it, but it was true. Me, I don't know. I was the shy kid growing up. I was kind of a quasi-hippie kind of guy, but very conservative in my own ways. Not liberal, as you might think. I was very conservative in my own ways. That's why I never wound up doing drugs. The worst thing I ever did is experiment with smoking, and I never really drank. And when I lived in Seattle, I told you I used to go out on the weekends, a couple of beers. If it was a big night, I'd back it up with a rum and coke or something. That's all I did. That's all I did. To this day, I don't drink. I don't even have a fucking beer. Sure, I take prescription meds too, where somebody takes 15 or 20. I can name a few people out here that do that. No big fucking deal. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. If it needs fixing, you do something to fix it. But unfortunately, most drugs, over the counter or prescription, are basically band-aids to a deeper problem. That's what it is. Is there anybody on here with some deep problems? I can name names. Take no prisoners. Although I created a prisoner, didn't I? And he's suffering in jail right now, the motherfucker, because the motherfucker deserves it. He just simply deserves it, Yeah, I do take prisoners sometimes, But I will tell you that I stuck to my guns, even shined them up. Or had Guido shine them up for me, But you got to stick to your convictions. And if you believe in something, you go with it. Don't let people try to influence you to get into drugs. Don't let people try to influence you to do things that you would normally never even consider doing. And I was one of these people that could make decisions for myself. And I wasn't really influenced by people. People that took drugs, people who, drank, got into trouble with the law all the time growing up, and that was never me. I was never the guy in high school during breaks between classes, go out in the back of the building, who was smoking cigarettes, who was smoking pot. I wasn't one of these Italians that wore greased back fucking hair. And I need some water. Hold on here. Hold on. Another one. I never pretended to be something that I was not. I never tried to be anybody other than myself. And I'm still that person to this very day. I haven't changed in that respect. I don't go along with the crowd. I don't follow the cattle of society. I think you know that about the cattle with me. I feel that the whole world is a stage. We are. Everybody's a cattle. They want to do it. Everybody else says, hold on, I got to take a piss. I don't want to do it on air, so hold on. But yet, I had balls of steel. That's one thing I think I have. I'm not a big guy, but I've always had balls of steel. Nothing ever stopped me from, facing up to somebody who was a lot bigger than me. It's stupid, believe me. That's how you get your ass, kicked. I remember I was married. I was walking up the block, on the block with my wife, and there's these guys in the truck at a red light, and I could swear, maybe I was just being paranoid. I don't really know. But I could swear they were saying something about my wife or something. And I mentioned something to her, Her name was Lisa. And I mentioned something to her about these guys. And Lisa, leave it alone, leave it alone. I was walking over there. I was going to approach the guy's car door, open it up, and then drag him out of the fucking truck and say, you got something to say it to me. Well, she convinced me not to do that. I was actually getting mad in the street. Leave it alone, she said, leave it alone. Another time I was on a job. I was working for the Treasury in Seattle. It wasn't a permanent job, but I collected, the money out of the parking meters. It wasn't all digitized now, with a card or whatever. They got, they come a long way with technology these days. I had this cart with the hopper on it, and you'd have a key to open up these meters, and it would funnel out into the funnel into the cart. You hear all that jingling of the change. There was this guy in this one block I passed by called Indian Joe. Well, he was Indian. He was a big fucker, tall fucker too. The guy was staring at me. The guy was fucking staring at me. Staring at me. Like he was looking at that change, like, I could use a little bit of that jingle, That wasn't going to happen. I just said to him, I said, what the fuck you looking at? Oh, shit, he looked at me. And the guy could have threw me across the street. Yeah, I've done some stupid things. The guy could have threw me across the street so easily. So easily. Okay. But I take chances. When I met Ricky in SNR, I meant what I said. It was not just an act for the camera. I didn't like Ricky. I didn't like the shit he talked about me and my girlfriend, especially about me too. And I told him, I'm right here. I'm right in front of you. Do something. Oh, yeah, Frank was just being brave because he had a camera. Well, you got to understand, I had to record it. I would have to record that. Because if something happened from there, people would need to see, the law would need to see what really went down. Sure, the camera is a protective device. It absolutely is. It's a good tool. You should even carry a private camera around. It could be a button camera, whatever it is. But sometimes you need evidence, okay? There's no way in the world I was not going to turn my camera on if I met Ricky in SNR. Because I don't know what was going to happen. But you've seen, I faced off with him in SNR, and you all seen that video, and I meant it. Of course, Guild is always the one that calms me down, as she did over in TJIF, when Barry purposely showed up there, and it was one of Ricky's little plans to do so. It was all planned. Oh, I meant business. Oh, and don't forget, I'm the one that got off the table. I even tried to invite him over. He wouldn't come. I want to see how brave he was. He wouldn't come to the table. He wanted me to start trouble because he had this guy, Brian Hollywood, sitting about 3 seats from him. It wasn't accidental that Brian Hollywood was there. Brian Hollywood was the guy that Bama used to party with all the time and chase with tail every time he came to Cebu. He was even recognized. Later on, he was recognized in the video because I didn't know who the guy was. He's a big guy, heavy-set guy, and sure, he would have knocked my ass all over the fucking place. But Barry would not come there unless he had somebody there. There's no way in the world Barry would show up and try to kind of get it on with me. Yeah, again, like the Puertoricans, though, he carried a fucking knife in his right pocket. He admitted that in early shows. Always admitted he carried a weapon. He said, there's no way I could get into a fight without a weapon. He said, I know I'd get my ass kicked. And it's all coming out of his mouth. All out of his mouth. I don't make this shit up, And people hear these things, so I'm not making it up. Yeah, Barry would not have survived if I would have went forward and do it. And remember, as I said, I just got back from Hawaii, and I didn't want to leave the country again permanently, But he tried to find a way to make that happen with his girlfriend, more modern day. But you already know about that situation, so we don't have to discuss that. But the things leading up to all this, I'm not a big guy, but I don't take shit from anybody. And if I get my ass beat up in the process, then oh well. But I will stand up to people if I have to. It's not probably the safest thing to do, and I'm not a younger man anymore, but that's one part of my brain that don't work right. Where, when my brain will tell me, like, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. You're not that tough of a guy, don't do it. And I will tell that to my brain. I have stood up to people that were quite larger than me. Okay, I never got into a lot of fights in my life. because I used to stay out of trouble. I got in a few, and I've always won the fights that I did have with anybody. I wasn't that kind of person growing up, you know. I don't like violence. I hate violence. I just hate violence. I don't stand for violence at all. I hate it. And I will avoid a situation as possible, but there's sometimes something takes over in me, and you know, and I've had enough, and something, and I just say, man, I got to do something, man. I can't stand here and look weak. And sometimes I'm willing to get my ass kicked if it meant that. As long as the way my mind works is that as long as I got a few shots in and I drew blood from the other guy, I'm going to be a happy camper no matter what happened to me afterwards. They felt the fury of my fist, even though maybe it was temporary, and maybe I didn't win the fight, but I did get my dibs in. That's the way I grew up. Yeah, no, I've had a few fights growing up. You know, even into college age. After college age, nothing ever happened like that. But up until college age, you know, I got into a few. You know, one guy turned out to be a police officer as he grew up. His name was Duncan. Forgot his first name. His last name was Duncan, Duncan. He wound up being a cop. He never gave me trouble after that, though. I remember I knocked his braces out of his mouth. I don't know what was going on, why there was a problem. I have no idea. It's a long time ago. I remember I lived on West Sydney Avenue, and Duncan was coming by. Richard Duncan. Slanky kind of guy, curly hair, you know, goofy looking. He wound up becoming a cop and then became a detective later on and all that stuff. And I, believe it or not, it was about 10 years ago. He died now, but it must have been at least 10 years ago that we kind of found each other on Facebook, or he found me. And he was very friendly and very nice. And there was no friction between us. Talked about his life. I guess he had some health conditions and all that. Then, you know, I didn't stay in touch or nothing, but, you know, last I heard he had died quite a while ago, many years back. But no, I don't go around, you know, looking for trouble. That's not who I am. Trouble could find me, but I don't go out looking for trouble. That's never been part of who I am. I try to avoid trouble like the plague, you know, really. As far as my YouTube career and all that stuff, I've always tried to give a good show and talk about things, and some things that people are afraid to talk about. I'm no Howard Stern in any way, but I admire Howard Stern because he's in your face. He's out there with the truth. He doesn't hold anything back, because I've always believed, why hold something back? You know, say what's on your mind. I grew up that way. Just don't hold it in and get an ulcer, a stomach ulcer. Just, if you got something to say to somebody, and don't pretend to somebody that you like it when you really don't. I could never do that. I could never keep a straight face. I couldn't do that. If I didn't like somebody, one way or the other, I let them know that was the case. I wasn't going to try to put on this false, you know, this facade of, you know, tolerance or friendliness if I didn't like somebody. I just couldn't do that because it wasn't fair to myself. And so therefore I had to be who I was. Whoever I was, I was. And whoever I am today, I'm still am. I haven't changed since I was a kid. I've always had my values. I've always stuck up for myself or stuck up for family. Even my brother. Shit, I was a fucking young teenager when I came out there with a chain in my hand when some druggy acquaintances of my brother came by because maybe he owed him money or something. My father even came out. And we started to approach the car, and they took off. And I was only like 13, 14 years old. I'm walking out of my apartment building with a big heavy chain in my hand. Of course, I would have got my ass beaten up. My father probably would have, you know, but we were like that. My father was like that for protecting his family, protecting my brother. We came to his rescue so many times, but unfortunately it didn't work. And he went in a bad direction. I never took his direction. I never did, you know. People tend to think that they know me, but they really don't know me. I do have some talents. Some I've talked about, some things I haven't. You know, I know what I'm capable of doing, and I certainly know what I'm not capable of doing. I'm a very realistic person, but it's never stopped me from doing anything, though. Now, that's kind of stupid, isn't it? How about a situation where somebody's a lot larger than you, you're having a confrontation? The best thing to do is say, hey, man, you know, fuck it, go my own way, go. I'm stupid enough to stay there. I'm stupid enough to stay there. But I'm very direct. Like when Brevis came over unannounced, all right, accept it, bring him in, see what he's like, talk to him. I wasn't looking to make any friends on YouTube, and I knew about this guy a little bit already. I had some knowledge of him. He was a real asshole. But he came by and announced. He kept on coming by, but I was in Cebu at the time. And he was staying in Bantayan because he was hell-bent on meeting me. Because Brevis, he wants to meet all the infamous or famous people on YouTube, sit in their living room and say that, hey, I met Frank, or I met Fazio, or I met whoever, That's what Brevis always did. He wanted to be in the limelight, That's what he does. He's a stalker. And he was stalking me left and right for years. He told me he was following me from the inception or conception of my show. He had notes. He took everything about it. He knows everything I've ever said since I began my show. He was highly fanatical about me. He's one of those people, that you got to watch out for because, it's like that movie, Play Misty for Me with Clint Eastwood, and I forgot the actress' name. No, it wasn't Cloris Leachman. Who was it? I played the part a long time ago. But he was obsessed with me, and he still is. And it's scary. It's scary. But see, I had to be the judge of my own character, of somebody's character. And I made a judgment that, he was just too creepy, man. The way he approached me without telling me he was coming over, and the whole bit. Then he lied when I invited him in my living room, and it was his girlfriend, short lady, that he's with now and has a baby with. She seemed nice enough, but, really nothing against her. She seemed nice enough. I don't know what she was doing with him, but, nevertheless. And no, I was never attracted to her. She wasn't my type at all. I had a woman already I was very happy with that I'm still with now. So Brevis would make up all these bullshit stories. Something about my electricity, something didn't work, and it's like plug this in or plug that in. I don't know where the hell he came up with all this crap. And no, I didn't wait a half an hour to come out to greet him when he came to the door. That didn't happen at all. The minute the kids told me that somebody was there, I was back from Cebu at the time because he stayed in town. He was adamant to meet me. I came out immediately. I said, well, who the fuck are you? I understand you've been by my house quite a few times. I even said the same words. I said, well, who the fuck are you? Okay, and he said, oh, I'm a big fan. Oh, that's where it's just I knew something was wrong. I'm a big fan of yours. I've been following you since you started your channel. I'm thinking, oh, God, play Misty for me. Play Misty for me. One of these cases, man. Oh, God, I said to Gilda, what the hell do I got here? Let's watch out for this guy. But I was nice. I invited him in. Then he came over another time with his girlfriend because she was at the hotel room at the time in town. And he came over initially. Then the second time he came over, invited him in my living room. I recorded him talking about Barry. Purposely, my phone was on, laid it on the table. He's the guy that was supporting Barry while he was in jail. But I recorded Brevis and how he was really down talking on Barry. So you can't trust Brevis, okay? He'll jump fence, on a sneeze, That's the way he is. He's a rascal. He's a weasel, I didn't like his personality or anything like that, he told me things about himself, it was a good thing he left America. It saved his life, and now I understand what he means, as I found out later on, that he had fucking gang members against him over some fucking deal or something. Maybe he owed them money or something, and it got so bad that he had to get a TRO, a temporary restraining order for him and his whole family. His whole fucking family. And I think that's why he moved to the Philippines, because he was getting grief from his family for getting involved with whatever he got involved with. Now, he used to work for a dispensary, but then, remember, he worked with drugs, okay? And he used to work for a dispensary. What he did on his side, I couldn't tell you. I wouldn't say it, I put a disclaimer on that because I really don't know. But something wasn't good, and they were really after his ass. And that's why he, skimmy scammed all the way to the Philippines to get away from California, because he really got himself in big-ass trouble. Look, we got 23 people here, man. So he got himself in big-ass trouble. That's why he's in the Philippines. He's in hiding, just like a lot of people. They're running away from something, not running towards something. Oh, the Philippines is a great place, I heard. Well, he found that it was a cheap place to live, you know. But, you know, he said he misses his pot, you know, but it's a good thing. I was smoking too much of it. He was in the industry, so he had to, as he admitted from his own mouth, this is not, you know, made up shit. I'm just repeating what he told me, and I'm just giving it to you. He did say all this stuff, you know. He definitely was running away from something. Okay, so just to kind of get this story to an end, there was a time he wrote me on text. He wanted to invite me and Guido out to dinner. And I, at that point, was trying not to answer him, you know, because I didn't really want anything to do with him. Like, get the hint, pal. Get the hint, you know, get the hint. That's why Brevis is against me now, why he's always attacking me and doing these devious things. Because this is the way it went down, and you're hearing it from me. Okay? So, he wanted to take me out to dinner, and I was not going to invite all her family. What all her family? All her family, except for 2 kids, were living in Cebu. You know, another made-up story by Brevis, of course. I was going to invite my whole family. I wasn't going to take and pay for his whole family. Frank wanted to bring his whole family. No, I didn't want to bring anybody. I had no intention to go out for dinner with him at all. Not even just me and Gilda. I didn't want anything from him. I wanted nothing from Brevis. Absolutely nothing. I wanted nothing to do with him. So he felt kind of jilted by me. And that's the story of why Brevis is so against me. It's because he was rejected. I didn't want friendship with him. I didn't want anything to do with him. Neither did my girlfriend. That's the story. And you're hearing it from my mouth, not his. Nothing more than that. There's nothing more than that. You know, he didn't try to shoot me or stab me or anything like that. He was cordial when he was over, you know. No problem. No problem. But I kind of figured him out as time went by. Even when I met him, I'm a pretty good judge of character. I just did not want him coming around. Had nothing against his girlfriend. She seemed nice enough and all that stuff. And nothing against her. I just question why she's with him, and I have an idea, you know. Of course, I do. But, you know, Brevis would get into trouble all the time. You couldn't trust him. Hang around in seedy bars, going out on his girlfriend. He's got a kid. He got a woman pregnant. Unfortunately, she had a miscarriage. Very sad. She had a miscarriage. And I tend to wonder to this day, did he offer this woman any condolences? Sorry about the baby. Did he take responsibility for getting her pregnant? I don't think he did. And even though he's with a woman now, and he's got a beautiful kid. I don't know how old the kid is now. It's no longer a little toddler. He's got a little girl now, you know. The question is, why is he still going to bars? Why? Why is he looking at women? Why is he fucking with other women? Which he did historically. Because he was with this woman that he's with now when he got some other woman impregnated. And some people think that this has happened more than once. So you got to understand, when I make decisions about people that I want to have in my life, I make it from a very cerebral, you know, choice of thinking about what I really want this person. It's like when Barry, he's another one that came over. He didn't introduce himself. He came over with Hagante. Hagante was a seemingly nice enough guy, although he's knocked me a few times on YouTube to be part of the crowd and all that stuff, you know. Came over unannounced. Trying to be friends with me? No. Because my channel was getting pretty popular and he wanted to get more viewers. He figured, God, if I could tell people that, you know, I'm friends with Frank, maybe they'll treat me better or something, because I wasn't attacked as much at that time. But from the first time I met him, you know, in person, I was not impressed with him. He was throwing his cigarettes in my yard, just like he did when he lived with Fergie, whatever her name was. When he was renting from that lady, he'd sit at the table outside in that covered area. He'd be spitting the biggest clams you could ever think of all over the ground. She'd have to clean it up, throwing his cigarettes haphazardly anywhere that she'd have to sweep up. And he was just too low class. And I don't usually measure people in a class system, but for certain people I will. And with him, I certainly did. He had, no class at all. None. He was street shit. Everything, his demeanor, the way he talked. But I was still nice to him, though, when he came over. He had all that coffee, and I had this Montelukis stuff, that could help open up your airways, prescription, because he was coughing, and me with allergies and shit, I occasionally used to take Montelukis. I say, I got something for you. I got something for you, as he used to say, something for you. And I offered it. I didn't have to offer him that. Here, drink some water. You need to, you need to hydrate. You can imagine me saying that, right? Because you know me, right? You know I'm telling the truth. Not only that, I slipped 300 pesos in his fucking pocket. I didn't show it to Gigante. I did it on a sneak, and he threw it right in his... He didn't want Gigante to know he didn't have any money, because he was depending on Gigante to buy him any beer or whatever, if they stopped to eat or something. He didn't want Gigante to know he had any money. Of course, he probably used the money for cigarettes or booze or something. I didn't have to give him no money. I felt sorry for the guy at the time. Of course, Barry changed the whole story. He came there to be friends with me, and I rejected his friend. Well, that's how Barry started. There you go. It's the same thing. That's how Barry started with me. I rejected his friendship. That was it. Now you know the truth. I don't have to ever talk about this again. That's how all